Okay. Ready? Okay. Welcome, City Council, to our special City Council meeting on the proposed 2024 city budget. And our first item is under Council's meeting rules, no other new business can be considered at the special meeting other than consideration of the 2024 budget. All members are present at today's meeting except for those online. The clerk will let us know if we have anyone missing online.
Through you, Mayor Brown, I do not. All members are online except Councillor Medeiros. I don't see him present at the moment.
Okay, the clerk will so note. We're now at item 2, approval of the agenda. We have a motion moved by Councillor Paleshi, seconded by Councillor Singh to approve the agenda. All those in favor? Motion carries. We're now at item 3, declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Does any member have a declaration of pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act for any matter to be considered on today's agenda? Councillor Fortini.
Yes, good morning. I'd like to declare a conflict as my daughter works for bylaw, so I'd like to have that on a separate vote, please.
Okay, so noted. As we begin to formally consider the 2024 budget, we will first receive an introductory presentation from myself, followed by a presentation by Nash Damer, Treasurer Corporate Support Services, supported by Mark Medeiros. After the presentation, Council can ask questions as we start to consider the 2024 budget. Okay, so I guess we're starting with a brief overview of this process. And we have the first slide we're going to put up there. I want to look into, sir? Do you want me to? Yes, yeah. Okay, great. Do you want me to present from here or there? Yeah, I think you should do it there. There? Okay, okay.
Yay!
There you go. Right? No, you should. Yeah. Okay, Council, so we are, for the first time as a city, as you know, the rules have been changed by the province of Ontario where the mayor presents the budget. And the starting point for this, the presentation of this budget was the advice that I received from a friend that our deputy mayor knows well, Gurdave Gill, who said, remember, God gave you 2 ears and 1 mouth, listen more than you talk. And we had one of the widest public consultations that you could imagine. We had a teletown hall where 5,000 households participated in that teletown hall. We had a budget roundtable with businesses that our Economic Development Department, Claire Barnett, organized, and Councillor Tour took the lead on to make sure that every business had a chance to share input. And we continued our tradition of having coffee chats around the city. And as you can see by this first slide, we had a great turnout in every part of the city with residents wanting to share their concerns, their aspirations, and their hopes for where the city can go. I want to thank all the councillors for hosting those coffee chats. It's difficult for residents to come out during a workday to a budget consultation or budget meeting like this. And so being proactive and going into neighborhoods and going into coffee shops is a great opportunity to really listen, to really get feedback. And the feedback that we got is going to be instructive in how we build this budget. And let me say the starting point. I know it's called the mayor's budget. That's certainly not my approach. As you know, I'm a big hockey fan. And you know, someone gets to wear the captain on their jersey, but there's no team that wins, there's no team that succeeds unless they've got a team that's working together in a cohesive fashion. And I want to approach the budget in that manner as well. And we've got a council that I know has great ideas, will have great suggestions. And so although legislatively there are rules that make it more difficult to amend a budget when it's under this new mayoral provision, I want every councillor to know that's not the way I look at it. The way I look at it is that if you think of amendments that can make this budget better, I want you to put them forward. I would welcome them. Frankly, we've had some great help. You know, Mark and Nash and the entire finance team has been phenomenal, looking at every angle of this budget. I want to particularly thank Richard Ford and Michael Halls, who have been working nonstop on this budget. But the more eyes on a document, the better the chance we're going to have to find efficiency, savings, opportunities for the city. So I want you to scrutinize this budget. I want you to look at how we can make it better. And then, you know, after we finish this process, hopefully we have a document that is the very best we can have for the residents. Because there's no document that has the ability to affect the day-to-day lives more than a municipal budget. You know, having had the chance and the privilege to serve at all three levels of government, nothing affects residents more than municipal service. When you look at the budget documents on a federal or provincial level, it might be years in the future that you see the ramifications of those decisions. But how we invest in this budget affects people's day-to-day lives. It's about that rec center that they take their kids to. It's about the busy transit route they take to work. Municipal public service affects people in a very real and an immediate way. And so on this budget, not only did we go out and have coffee chats across the city, we listened to the areas that we thought there were pain. We listened to the areas that we knew that we had to do better. And what I mean by that is, you know, I've received emails like you have from residents concerned about buses being overcrowded. So we did budget consultations on buses. We went on the busiest routes in the city, and thank you to Heidi, our transit manager, for joining me. She probably thought I was crazy when I suggested this. I want to go on the busiest routes and ask those that use our transit system what we need to improve. And the feedback we got was, oh, there needs to be a shelter here, or this bus. You know, some of the harrowing stories I heard, you know, someone who's going to work and they said routinely they have to see 5 full buses. And so meeting with our local ATU and Heidi, we all had the same response. We can't accept this. It's why when you see in this budget, you know, one of the most significant aspects of this budget is one of the largest investments in public transit in our city history. You know, we heard the feedback and concerns from residents about healthcare. It's why we have this 1% healthcare levy to make sure there's no delay in building the second hospital. You know, I've had a chance to go and listen at probably every park in the city. You know, Brampton is this beautiful city where people use our public amenities. And, you know, whether it's going to a seniors Mela with Councillor Pleshy and Brar in Wards 2 and 6, and there's a shelter request, whether it is hearing about the shortages in the Zoom service on Bramalea Road with Councillor Power. This is a city where residents are engaged. And so this document is to reflect some of those pain points. And so I think you're going to find this budget one that responds to the concerns we've been hearing, from parks to coffee chats to bus rides. And when I think of some of the broader highlights of this budget, I look to the fact that we are implementing technology to help with public safety concerns. Obviously, on a public safety level, a lot of what we do is on a regional level, and of course we're making a record investment in the police budget on a regional level, but there are aspects of public safety we can improve locally through the city of Brampton. And so we are increasing the number of speed cameras from 50 to 150 to make Brampton the most inconvenient place to speed. You can put up a sign and say, please don't speed, but unfortunately, the studies show those don't have the same effect. I remember when Councillor Pleshy said in a discussion around automated speed enforcement devices that if you don't want a big fat ticket, don't speed in a school zone. And we've seen a dramatic decrease in speeding where we have these cameras. But we're actually building upon this even further. Instead of having just increasing the amount of speed cameras from 50 to 150, we are rolling out 50 high-resolution cameras at the busiest intersections as designated by the Peel Police. And why this is significant is many of you would have heard years ago that I famously asked the chief of police, how come there was no shootings on the 407? And he said, well, there's cameras. And so we added CCTV cameras to the 403 and the 410, and guess what's happened? We haven't had those shootings on the highway that we saw 4 years ago. Never underestimate how sophisticated organized crime is, knowing where they can be caught. And using that understanding, we want to make Brampton the worst place in the country to commit a crime. And so when police investigate crime, and we've all heard, every counselor, myself, has heard concerns about auto thefts or break-and-enters. The police will use their investigative teams to patch together digital evidence. And so they'll get ring doorbell footage, Rogers security footage, and they can get sometimes the color of the car, if they're lucky, a license plate, and they can track that car as it goes out of the subdivision. But now when they track that car with low-resolution images from what is usually inexpensive home security, it's going to be matched with the best technology in the country at those major intersections. So we're going to get a digital identification of the person who committed the crime and a license plate. And that excites me because it really shows that we are a city thinking outside the box to make Brampton the worst place to commit a crime so that we can do everything possible within our means to foster public safety. At the end of the day, people will tell us we have great parks, you can have great local jobs, but if you don't have safety and healthcare, it's all for naught. And when I look at this budget, we're delivering on those key fronts. We're moving the yardstick forward to get that second hospital built. We are addressing public safety concerns while at the same time investing in areas we need to, whether it's showing our renewed commitment to the environment, our pledge to have an 80% reduction of emissions by 2050, the addition of the Environmental Education Center, the advancement of our economic development agenda, where we're actually adding an expediter and someone with an expertise in the automotive sphere. We're going to have a more muscular economic development department. In a very significant way, we're expanding recreation, whether it is new additions of outdoor skating. You've seen how popular our outdoor skating amenities are. Well, this budget's going to enable even more. We are expanding cricket, kabaddi, and the list goes on. Whatever sport you love, we're going to make Brampton the easiest place to be active, to stay healthy. With the end goal of trying to change lifestyles, you need to make sure those amenities are available for residents. And so I look at all these needs, and there are a million different areas that we would love to invest in. But it's all through the lens of there is a limit. And that's our job here, is to make sure we find the right balance. Because we cannot spend beyond our means. And the reality is a lot of residents are in pain right now. And the pain is high interest rates, high inflation, put a stress on families. It puts a stress on seniors with fixed incomes. This is my fifth budget as mayor. And I remember 5 years ago, I showed the chart in Brampton. We had the highest taxes in the GTA. I said, what does that mean for a senior struggling? What does it mean for a family struggling to keep afloat? That's our responsibility, is to make sure that we do everything we can to be frugal with taxpayer dollars. And I looked at the chart this year. I'm not sure if we have it somewhere in the slide deck, but now we have among the lowest taxes in the GTA. I know Milton's still ahead of us. I'm going to have to talk to Mayor Gord there, but we have made tremendous progress, but we need to maintain that momentum. And so I think we can safely say to residents that the investments we made were in the areas that we heard from them. You look at the healthcare levy, the vast majority of the city on a teletown hall said, the vast majority said, we want this healthcare levy to get that second hospital built. The vast majority of the city identified public safety as one of their greatest concerns. And so when we look at the regional budget or this budget and see investments in public safety, it's a response to what we heard. And that's democracy. Democracy shouldn't be giving residents the opportunity to have a say and to reflect their wishes once every 4 years. It should be all the time. I think this budget process has really been a reflection of engaging that public input. So you're going to have a detailed presentation from Nash and Mark on the budget, but I wanted to share that opening context of how this budget was built, to reflect the priorities and also to reflect the lens that we built this budget through. Responding to the areas of concern with the lens that what does this mean for someone living on a fixed budget who's struggling now more than ever before. And so when we had our departmental presentations, and many councillors were present during those departmental presentations, the question I asked again and again, to the point they probably got tired of the question, was, is this something we absolutely need for the best interest of the function of the corporation, of the city of Brampton? Or is it something that's nice to have and we could do down the road? Because if it's nice to have, it's tough to justify to that family struggling to make ends meet. But if something that we must have, that we need to include in the budget. So I'm looking forward to the discussion, and I will pass it off to our city treasurer for the official presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mayor. If we can please go to slide, I believe, 8 on the presentation. Good morning, councillors. So our 2024 budget includes a 1.5 billion investment in Brampton this year. It includes $913 million in operating budget, as well as $544 million in capital. Next slide, please. The $1,913 million in operating budget is funded by 63.8% from property taxes and 30.6% from user fees and services. This is actually along a trend that we have been noticing over the since 2019, which is a desirable trend to shift our funding source from property taxes to user fees and services. We were able to drop the reliance on property taxes by 5% since then, and it was mainly possible through the stormwater charge introduction, as well as increases in user fees, especially in the transit area. On the expenditure side, the major expense remains salaries, wages, and benefits, and it has been steady at 58% since 2019. Next slide, please. Our overall increase for since last year's budget is $67 million. Which is about 8% of the overall budget, and that's driven by labor expenditure increases of about 8.5% and other expenditures of 7.4%. The additional expense of $67 million was met through revenue, user fees revenues, and other revenues of $35 million. And again, transit has been a major part of the increase there this year. Assessment growth, I'll talk about this in the next slide, but it contributed $7 million into the funding, and property tax levy was $25.5 million, which represents 1.9% tax levy on the final tax bill. Which is really less than half of the CPI and MPI at 4.13% and 4.1% currently. Next slide, please. So assessment growth, although we're happy to see a bit of an uptick on that in the current year, contributing, as I said, around $7 million, it still remains under the contribution from assessment growth that we had over the past several years till 2018. And we're hoping that this can rebound going forward, but currently it's around $7 million in contribution. Next slide, please. So a breakdown of the increase of the 1.9%, we see that the city is affected by the inflation similar to everybody else, and the biggest contributor here is the base operating inflation of 1.7%, making up the majority of the 1.9%. Here. We also were able to look into the base operating growth and reduce that by an equivalent of 1%. Again, that's in part from the transit revenues, which contributed to this reduction here. And that has created some room for much needed new and enhanced services that were presented by the mayor just now. For an overall increase of 1.9%. Next slide, please. Staff requests, total staff requests are 217 with part-time at 7, temporary at 8, for a total of 232 positions. From the 217 permanent staff position, 114 are transit, followed by legislative services at 27 people and corporate support services at 22 people. Next slide, please. It's very important also to explain that our overall tax bill contains 3 components. It contains the City of Brampton component, which represents 41% of the overall tax bill, as well as the Regional Peel component, which is 36.7%, and school boards at 22%. The increase equivalent to the 1.9% that we just mentioned is $118 on the average tax bill, average residential overall tax bill at Brampton. Next slide, please. So this is just a depiction of how the city uses the 41% of each dollar that is collected for on the tax bill. As you can see, just a little shy of a quarter of that collection goes into capital infrastructure and funding. And this is followed by transit at 8%, fire and emergency at 8%, and then public works at 5.6 cents. And finally, by recreation and parks, each at 3.8 and 3.1 cents. Next slide, please. Moving on to capital. Capital funding, as you can see, total $544 million, as mentioned before. It is well-diversified funding sources. A third of that is development charges, and around 20% is tax-based capital contributions, which we have been building over the past years. For this year's program, almost half of the program is in public works and engineering, and it's for major construction projects in community centers as well as roads and other road improvements. And I'll cover some of the major projects going next. It's also driven by transit and planning and building, building and growth management. Next slide, please. For the three-year program, 2024 to 2026, we see a similar picture, a well-diversified funding portfolio, and a big focus on the delivery of some of the major projects in community centers and others. Transit takes about 24% of the program, and public works and engineering a little more than 50%. And finally, just wanted to cover some of the major projects. If we can have the next slide, please. Some of the biggest projects that are included in this year's capital program is Riverwalk at $87.3 million, the Embleton Community Center at $79.8 million, bus purchases at $66 million, and then improvements to the Williams Parkway at $31 million. We also have the road resurfacing program at $25 million, and the Howden Recreation Center at $24 million. So a lot to be delivered. At the end, I'd like just to thank the mayor for his guidance and for the mayor's office for their guidance through this process, as well as all the inputs from council and the finance team, Mark, and the rest of the financial planning team, as well as our commissioners and CAO for their guidance throughout this process. Thank you very much.
Treasurer, thank you so much. Do any members have any questions? I see Councillor Plushy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Nash, for the presentation. Just some overarching questions, not specific in departments. The labor expenditures, the increase of the 41 million, 41.5, and then there's the FTs are 4.2, which I guess there's a total of 5.3. So taking the additional staff that's proposed in the budget off of that, leaving a total of $36 million increase from 2023. Mm-hmm. Can you break that down a little bit for me and let me understand why such a massive increase?
So a lot of it is reflecting, through the chair, Councillor, it reflects the anticipated increase in the union contracts and how much that will be translating over the next year. We can pass this information later on, like further details to you, but it really reflects that anticipated increase in the budget for that.
Okay, so what I want to see then for departments that are dealing with union contracts are the percentages of increase, or what they're increasing from 23 to 24, and what if we know the increase to 2025, and to see what that amounts to see where I can further drive this 36 million down. My other question, just in relation to the development charges and development fee, we're looking right now. We just had a presentation yesterday at planning, and coming in Q1, Q2 of next year is the reduction in some fees. Have we taken that into account, or are we currently working off of the 2023 fees?
So, Councillor, through the chair, the budget itself, the revenue for development charges is kept out of, because it's not operating. We don't actually budget for the exact amount. But in terms of our capital spending and the usage of development charges and so on, we reflect that there, and we, like, based on the anticipated reduction. And it also reflects some of our updated growth plans and so on. So that overall picture reflects what's our anticipated development charge collections, and we reflect that in how we use it in the capital program.
Okay, and is that mentioned anywhere in here?
I don't know if we explained it in this way exactly, the way that I explained it.
Okay, maybe I'll circle back to that later on in the presentation. So those are my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor
Thanks, Nash.
Plechy. Councillor Santos?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Is it possible to go back to the slide that shows the breakdown of how we're funding things? So I think it was 63% property tax and just the I think it's slide 16, possibly.
Through the chair,
No, it's not.
Councillor, are you asking about capital funding?
Yeah,
Or operating?
Just the breakdown of how we're funding things, whether that's capital or operating.
Okay.
Essentially, I saw the 63% share of funding was from property taxes. And Nash, you had mentioned that we're trying our best to find other ways to pay for things, like through the user fees. So you don't necessarily have to have the answer to the question now, because it's not in the various reports, but it showed 63% funded by property tax. Oh yeah, this one. 63.8%.
For sure.
It's operating page 9.
Operating, yeah.
Proposed budget.
Operating 2024 budgeted revenues by category. It's that one. So 63.8% by property taxes. Where does that benchmark relative to other municipalities, perhaps? And how much has that changed from 23 to 24? And if we are generating more revenue or funding from user fees and services, is that through transit or recreation or increase in user fees? Because I just want to get a better understanding. This stuff has a lot to do with the work that we're doing at FCM in terms of the struggle for municipalities to pay for various things. And if we increase user fees and we decrease property taxes, there's a shift, because there's only so much of the pie that we can draw from, right? And then the other question, of course, is if some of that decrease in property tax funding is from grants and subsidies. So if there is a breakdown that exists in the budget, please let me know, and then would love to see how that 63.8% is benchmarked to Mississauga, Toronto, Vaughan. Like, are we paying less property taxes because we're finding better ways to pay for things? Or relative to other municipalities, is it more?
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor, for the questions. We actually, last week, we had the long-term financial plan presented, and part of what we presented through that was looking at how do we compare with others on the split between property tax funding and user fees. And what the study was telling us is that we still have some catch-up to do with some other, with top of the line. We're currently in the middle of the line in terms of how much our property taxes fund our overall expenses. But that we need to keep improving. And where we're doing well on the user fees and services is in the transit side. We're well above other areas, well enough. And the area that we could do better in user fees and services are on the community center side and recreation. We can provide that comparison again, if you like, following this session. But as I mentioned, we actually have been improving over the past period, since 2019, since the start of the previous term, in shifting that funding formula from the property taxes side to the user fees. And we were able to bring it down by about 5%. The remaining funding from other areas, grants and subsidies and so on, even though it did increase over the past period, it still remains a relatively small portion of the overall funding formula here. If you wish, we can provide definitely after this the actual benchmark, and you can see that.
Thank you, Nash, and through you, Mr. Chair, thank you for that response. And Councillor Paleski and I were just chatting here on the side. So the user fees and service charges increase. It showed in 2023, the forecast is 253,018. And then 2024, we're budgeting 279 million and change. That's mostly driven by increased ridership and revenue from transit?
Yes, this is to reflect, and I can, Heidi, if you'd like to add anything about how we change the budget for the transit, but my understanding, it really reflects our current ridership levels and so on. Please, if you can
We could always look into that during the transit conversation. I just wanted like a general sense. And then it also includes increased revenue from the community services side, keeping in mind that we're still very heavily subsidized.
Yes.
And introducing other breaks on user fees as well in this budget. And that is important, and because we do want to prioritize healthy, active living in Brampton. It's also one of our competitive advantages. Back on the user fees, and I'll ask it again during transit, but maybe just a heads up, that the investments into transit, if we were to change that investment currently budgeted, would that have an impact on the revenue and the user fees?
Through the chair, I would imagine it definitely would, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. I don't see any other questions, so we'll move on to departmental presentations.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a motion moved by Councillor Santos to receive the delegations, and seconded by Councillor Paleski. Is anybody opposed? Hearing and seeing none, that carries. We'll move on to departmental presentations. First up, transit.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Mayor Brown, members of council, and everyone that is attending today. Next slide, please. We'll start off with the second slide. So this is just a snapshot of what transit is today. You can see that we're looking at, by the end of 2023, this year, we'll be at 40 million rides for our ridership. And as the mayor mentioned, we're at an unprecedented amount of demand for service. We're 30% higher than our pre-pandemic ridership. And this budget we're proposing is going to really help to meet the demands that we're experiencing out there for our service. Next slide, please. So our budget goals, our primary budget goal for 2024 is to increase service and meet the demands and provide service to our residents that they rely on a daily basis. In order to do this, we're looking at 108,500 new transit service hours, which will mean we need 136 new transit operators to implement these hours. We're going to look at purchasing new buses, refurbishing new buses, ensuring that they're in a state of good repair, and also enhance our Zoom services and plan for higher order transit. And all that is going to require some advocacy for external funding as well. This chart just shows our history of ridership. So if you can look back 10 years, you can see that we've increased all the way up to the pandemic. Our ridership was about 160% increase. When we hit COVID, we did see months where we went as low as 25%. And then in 2022, mid-2022, when everything reopened and we recovered, we quickly recovered back to pre-pandemic numbers and just kept going ever since. And now we're at that 30% pre-pandemic number. This slide is our 5 busiest routes. What it's showing is that from fall 2019 to fall 2023 this year, the increase in ridership. Mayor talked about walking or riding on some of the routes, the real busy routes, which were the Route 4 and the Route 18, and the feedback we got from customers, yes, they were busy. People had to wait to get on, and you can see that the increases are almost 100% in terms of ridership. So the data we're getting is definitely reflecting what we're seeing out there. As far as operating highlights, so this has a lot of information on, but I'll try to break it down simply. So transit ridership has allowed us to increase our revenue, leading to a surplus in revenue for 2023. As a result, we were able to increase our base revenue for 2024 to help offset any operating pressures, additional service that we're going to put in, as well as things like inflationary pressures on parts and services for maintenance of vehicles. The end result is that in 2024, our operating budget is $281,000 lower than our 2023 budget. Some of the operating highlights, so we talked about the new service that we want to put in. We need the positions to do that. I know Nash talked about some of the positions for transit. We need 86 operators plus 50, which I'll mention in a minute, 11 mechanics and 16 other support staff, which would be staff to fuel and clean buses, as well as dispatchers and controllers that are key in leading our operation. The 50 operator complement is a request. This would be no impact to the budget. These operators would be used to help with our current service and the demands that we're seeing out there, and there's a separate report on that. Overview of our budget for operating. Expenses on the left side show that the majority of our expenses are related to labor costs. Funding on the right shows that slightly over 50% expenses are recovered through our fare revenues. So moving on to capital. On the capital side, we need to invest in buses, bus refurbishments, several Zoom lines, and higher order transit projects. So buying buses, if you can see, that's a priority. We need to get the service out there. We need these assets to be able to bring the service to the level that we need to meet. So this slide shows capital budget overview for funding sources. Nearly half of our capital program is funded through federal and provincial funding. That would include ISIP and Housing Accelerator Fund. The remainder is funded through transit levy, tax-based capital contributions, and DCs. This slide shows the various projects that we're working on. Some are not in the budget because they're already funded from previous years. It shows that we're advocating for funding on some and supporting, such as the Hazel-McCallion line. Just wanted to make, these are things that are keeping transit busy and we're spending a lot of time on. This talks about our electrification program. So these are the projects that we're working on to electrify our fleet. We continue to work with QTRIC, who will be releasing the zero emissions bus implementation strategy and rollout plan. This is a plan that will tell us how we need to electrify our fleet going forward, what equipment we need. We're anxious to get this report. We're hoping to get it very shortly, but we will be back to council in Q1 2024 to present it, and this will set the stage for what our future will look like in electrification. Our final slide is just external funding and financing options. These are things that we with our current and future capital needs. Just a list of all the various funding options for advocacy to try to be able to meet the needs and reduce the cost of what the city is paying for. So this is really important. We just wanted to make note of it. Thank you. And I too did want to thank all the staff at Transit, working so hard to put together the budget as well as corporately, and as well as councillors and the mayor for their input as well.
Councillor Santos.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Great presentation. Thank you, Heidi. Congrats on your first budget presentation. Question about the operating cost decrease of $200,000. You mentioned it at the start. If there's a decrease in operating cost of $200,000 relative to 2023, is that driven mostly by increased revenue?
It's a revenue surplus for 2023, as well as the anticipated service that we're putting in for 2024, a combination of.
So like the forecasted revenues, mostly driven by revenue than it is any changes to operating levels?
Correct, yes.
Okay, so we're essentially maintaining or increasing service, or because of that, our revenue is going higher, is that correct? Okay, so I'm seeing nods in the transit department, cool. Next question is just about departmental capital budget, page 3, related to the funding side of things. Dedicated transit fund of 21 million, what is that? Just clarification.
On the, it's on the slide or in the binder?
It's in the budget binder. I can show you here. There it is. Dedicated transit fund. It's on the screen. Is that a transit fund?
It's the transit levy.
It's the transit levy. Got it. Okay. Just wanted clarification on that. And I don't have any further questions. The transit is such an important piece to our growing community. I know that there's some asks in here that I do support in order to increase service. So I have no further questions. Thanks, Heidi.
Thank you.
Councillor Blushy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Heidi. Congratulations on your first budget. You did amazing. Some of the questions I had just related to the new hires and outsourcing any of the maintenance. So we're hiring 11 new. Is that, how many vacancies currently do we have in maintenance? Maintenance department, do we know?
Through the chair, current vacancies or?
Yes.
Zero.
Zero, okay. So we've filled all requests from previous budgets?
Yes.
And we're asking for 11 new. In this budget, how much money is being outsourced for the maintenance of the fleet? Is a number that I would like to know.
Through the chair, we can get that for you.
For sure, yep. Perfect. And fuel. So I always try and take a run at this. So we'll kind of work backwards. At one time, we entered into a program with MTO to reduce our buying cost. MTO Toronto, MTO was part of it too, right, Alex? No? No, it wasn't. Thanks, Vince. So Toronto, it was, so to get us all together and have better buying power, reduced it by, I think it was $1 million at the time, which was fantastic. Is that still going on? And with trying to change our fleet, whether it be to fully electric or the half and half, what is it? The half and half. Hybrid. Yet our cost of fuel is going up. Is that because of market or is it because of usage? Is what I'd like to know. And I shouldn't be looking at you,
through
Alex,
the chair,
and I apologize,
I will
Heidi.
refer it to Alex.
If it's something that you need to come back to, I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Yeah, rather than referring it to Alex.
It's through the chair, just to help out because of the history of the fuel purchasing that we've done. As you know, some time ago, we did a joint venture with Toronto. It leveraged the lower cost per liter of fuel. We're still engaged in that, and when that opportunity comes to renew that, we'll be looking at some of the same cooperatives that'll help save in terms of all the fuel usage, because I believe we're at probably 18 or 19 million liters a year for transit alone, let alone some of the fleet and other fuel consumption that we do. But part of the work that Heidi mentioned earlier that QTRIC is doing is looking at the hybrid technologies, looking at fully electric buses, plus looking at hydrogen as well, and when the right time for those to come in to our systems. And it will be based on looking at what the when I say fuel, the electrical energy or the hydrogen energy cost would be in terms of our operating model. But to answer that question for the fuel part, we'll continue the cooperatives that we're doing to leverage the lowest cost in terms of the liters for diesel fuel at the time. Does that answer your question?
Okay. So is this, is the addition in dollars from 2023 to 2024 just based on market conditions, fuel consumption, or kind of a balance between both?
Gotcha. Sorry, through the chair. Sorry, Councillor Plush, I got what your question is. Sorry for not answering.
That's okay. That's okay. You answered my next question.
Is a blending because of the fuel cost increases that we had last year coming through the pandemic. Finance has done a fuel blending rate that we've done over a 3-year period rather than going to the maximum point that we're paying for fuel. That blending rate is now showing that increase, which is part of this budget, but then also it incorporates the new service hours and what the fuel consumption would be for that as part of that fuel budget as well. So with those additional hours, that fuel cost would be part of that operating budget that you see in front of you.
Okay, good. Heidi, in this budget, is there anything for hydrogen currently for 2024?
Through the chair, we already have approval from council to have a small hydrogen.
To look at the opportunities.
Right? So that's already there.
But is there dollars specifically too?
It's in capital, 2 million. So there's approval for a small pilot, small group of buses, small amount of buses to do a pilot. So that's already there.
Okay.
But as Alex was mentioning, we're looking at that as well. The QTRIC report is our key strategy that will be able to know what our future looks like in terms of whether it's hydrogen, whether it's electric, whether it's a combination of. And so once we have that, we'll be able to determine all those details too, what the efficiencies of them, what we need to do, and whether we can proceed and when we can proceed.
Okay. This report, and as you heard in our last meeting, there was some kind of, I guess, negativity towards the specific amounts that they were using to determine, the price of fuel and stuff. Is there an opportunity for us to have that peer reviewed, this report that's coming?
To have the report reviewed?
Peer reviewed? It's a report that QTRIC is doing specifically for us?
For us, but they would be looking at benchmarking other areas across Canada too. So all that information will be there. There's a comparison. Even the service providers, what their rates are, what their ability to get hydrogen, everything like that will be included in the report. That's what we need because that's a key part of deciding what we're going to do.
Okay, perfect. The only other question I think I had, fuel maintenance. So the Queen Street corridor, and I guess, the increases. So Queen Street corridor has always been the highest amount of ridership. Where are we with the rapid transit on Queen Street? And is there an opportunity for us to fast track any component of that? Okay. With just day-to-day construction that's happening right now on Queen Street, specifically in the downtown, but in other parts of the city, is there opportunities for us to look at implementing some kind of changes to that construction or future construction in this budget to try and get us to the BRT on Queen Street sooner rather than later?
Okay, so I'll start and then maybe I'll pull in one of my colleagues. But so Queen Street right now, we are in the process of the Queen Street corridor. We're in the process of working with Metrolinx. They're scheduled to be completed in Q 2025. Actually, I'm going to refer. Doug's our expert on the planning of this.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, yeah. So we're continuing to support Metrolinx in the advancement of their study. We can try to help move them along as much as we can. They're currently scheduled to be done, that study, towards the end of 2025. We're continuing to move forward with the advocacy work because once the study is complete, really we need that commitment from the federal and provincial government to advance that project. We can look at opportunities to help kind of nudge Metrolinx along, and then obviously have some influence on how we can influence the project moving forward. The good thing about BRT is that you can build it and operate it in segments, right? So you can construct from one area to the other and implement it immediately. You don't have to have the whole line constructed. So
right.
We can have some input on that as well.
Okay, perfect. And then last question, a two-way all-day go, is that within us, or is it kind of?
Yes, so again, I think the city is more of an advocacy and supporting Metrolinx in their third track expansion. So we staff not only in transit, but elsewhere in the city. We're supporting the work that they're doing to look at how that third track is expanded. They've got designs that are progressing through into the final stages, and then they intend to do that construction work. So,
so is it still anticipated? I see it in this budget. It's anticipated for 2024.
For the all-day two-way go service?
Yes.
Councillor? So
we know they're not going to deliver it by 2024.
No, but we do have plans, Councillor, in as part of this year's budget. We have some money for Bramley Zoom, which is the design work that we are planning to implement that service in 2026, because that's when we're anticipating that we'll see a lot more frequent service, especially up to Bramley. Mm-hmm. So we, the city, have ways in order to support that, and again, we're continuing to advocate to the province and to Metrolinx to get those service increases.
Okay, two-way all-day go used to be council's highest priority, because we knew that it was always the biggest game changer that would affect the residents of Brampton, is what we kind of assumed. From the time the Liberals have lost in the election and Ford came in, I feel like there has been no progression on two-way all-day go. And I don't know if that's because we really haven't been, we used to advocate every AMO that we could in front of the Minister of Transportation. Now we actually have a Minister of Transportation that's representing the city of Brampton. And any question that I ever ask about two-way all-day go on the provincial side is met with complete crickets, silence. And yet, we've always said two-way all-day go is the biggest game changer in the city of Brampton. To reduce emissions, to get cars off the road, to everything, to move people. I think we've dropped the ball on our advocacy, and I think that, you know, in this next year, I think we need to really, because the delivery of two-way all-day go was 2024 or 2025 promised.
Through the chair, Councilor Palleschi, you're absolutely right. It was initially committed 2024, and
like going back 15 years ago, right?
Yes,
Alex?
Yeah. And the advocacy efforts still remain fairly strong. It's the encounters that CEO Phil Verster from Metrolinx would say that the demands through COVID changed things. The construction and ability to deliver the service that they want to deliver has changed quite a bit. So we continue to advocate hard on the transit front with Metrolinx. However, it's Metrolinx and the province that need to determine the priority of that construction and when it happens.
Alex, and I'll rephrase my statement. I think political advocacy, we've dropped the ball on. And I think, and a little bit of like the AMO, we haven't been meeting them on two-way all-day go. We haven't been really talking about that. When that was specifically, I sat across the table from Minister Del Duca, and he said that he would, I think the promise was 2025, and he said he promised to reduce it by a year to 2024. Fast forward, change in government, COVID, okay, but I don't see construction.
And through the chair, to your point, Councillor Plush, it's extremely critical, and I know our transit team, Heidi, has dialogued with me about this. We're working with GR to look at what type of advocacy we can ramp up at different levels of government for some of our transit high priority projects, and that I think you'll see coming soon.
Okay, thank you. I see now a list of speakers. I apologize. Thank you so much, Heidi. Heidi, I just want to let you know, I know you're the newest into the role. I've heard fantastic things. I heard you're a great people leader, and congratulations on delivering your first budget.
Okay, Councillor Vasante.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Heidi, just a quick question about full-time positions. So in last year's budget, you asked for 99 new hires, and this year 114. As far as last year is concerned, have we hired all those positions as of today?
Through the chair to Councillor Vicente, yes, we have. We would, our hiring stats would show that we have vacancies, but the vacancies are attributed to attrition. So people leaving, resigning, things like that, retiring. So all the new positions are hired, any vacancies would be attrition.
Understood. So for the 114 that we're looking for in 2024, how long would it take, and what can we say to residents in terms of the timeline for the implementation of hiring of all of those new operators?
So we've really ramped up our training. We're actually probably doing triple classes, double classes. We have a whole plan in place to work with HR, our training staff at Transit, to really get people through. We've hired more acting trainers, staff that will work through and get this done quickly, and also increased our hours of training. So evenings and weekends, so we can get as many people trained. So we will start, once they're approved, right away from the beginning of the year.
Thank you so much, and my thanks to you as well for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. So I just wanted to, because Councillor Palleschi brought up a really good point about all-day two-way go, and the province did do something. They threw a little bit of a breadcrumb with weekend train service, finally, this year. But what I will say on top of the advocacy, which I think we should not drop the ball on and continue to pressure the provincial government to deliver on that particular issue, because it's directly tied with their various housing targets as well. Like they're all tied together, and congestion, etc. But with respect to the weekend GO train service, it's still packed. I took it this weekend. It is packed. And it's not only packed with people going to and from Toronto for various events, it's also packed, and I'll emphasize it again, with employees who live in Brampton who deliver food in Toronto on bikes. And so I witnessed on the weekend cyclists being left without a train because there wasn't enough accommodation for them to get back home to Brampton because the trains were full. So I think I totally agree on the GR advocacy side. We need to get back to pushing for all-day two-way go. We have a minister who's from Brampton, and as much as they're pushing for the 413, they also need to push for GO Transit in Brampton as well at the same time. So just a note on that, and congratulations, Heidi.
Okay, I see no further questions for Transit. Just say I think this is an exciting time for Transit, I believe. Councillor Keenan, who I know is online but will be joining us in person at the next budget consultation, may have some questions about the diesel buses, but we can get those answers. Sorry? Councillor Keenan, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Did you want to ask the question now before we close the Transit presentation about the additional diesel bus purchases and what it means for our electrification goals?
So I asked staff at that in a meeting that I had with them, and I got all the answers that I needed.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so no other questions for Transit. Thank you, Heidi. Exciting time for Transit to have such a significant investment in public transit. We know how much our city needs this to keep up with extraordinary growth. And they'll be coming back with any answers asked by councillors. Our next presentation is Fire and Emergency Services.
Good afternoon, through the mayor to council. I don't have a fire uniform on today. I'll go with the commissioner's outfit, but I'm pleased to present the 2024 Fire and Emergency Services budget. If we could go to the next slide, please, Peter. So Fire and Emergency Services, we protect our community each day throughout the year with stations located throughout the city. We currently have 14 of them, a joint fire communications center, an apparatus and maintenance facility, a fire life safety education center, and we're proud of our new emergency operations center at our fire headquarters. Our team has over 580 staff and comprising the emergency management division, fire administration, prevention, suppression, training, apparatus and maintenance, communications, and fire life safety education. Next slide, please. Our department's 5 goals aim to provide exceptional emergency response, prevention, and education services to the residents of Brampton as efficiently and environmentally responsible as possible, while also promoting a culture that embraces empowerment, diversity, and inclusion. And ultimately, our goal is to be progressive public safety leaders. Next slide, please. Our budget drivers 2024 are similar to each year, and it includes really preserving the service levels while keeping pace with a growing population, complying with legislative training and certification requirements, and maintaining firefighting equipment, which has resulted in a number of cost pressures in our budget. We look at our labor-related expenses driving increased costs, but it does exclude the impact of our collective agreement. This is the final year, 2023, of our 5-year agreement, so we don't have those expenses included in our budget. We also see inflations on goods and services, and we're impacted by the annualization of the 24 firefighters that were hired in last year's budget. And given fire's budget is 98% reliant on property taxes, user fees have increased to maintain cost recovery and mitigate cost pressures. And just for council, I do want to note that this budget does have limited increases, but we're projecting in 2025 and 2026 to see significant increases in staff requests for frontline firefighters, support staff, and fire prevention officers to help serve the growing city. Next slide, please. Our operating budget overview, our net 2024 budget for fire and emergency services is $91.4 million. Labor expenditures equate to 94% of the overall operating budget, which is a net increase of $1.5 million over last year. And again, that's driven by the annualization cost associated with the firefighters from last year's budget at $900,000, some unionized related step increases and service recognition pay at $700,000, and 1 new communications technician staff at $131,000. Our other expenditures have increased by 1% or $61,000, and this includes inflation-related expenses, new software to support our firefighting training, and analytical software to support evidence-based decision-making. Our revenues have increased 249%, or 249,000, sorry, or 13.8% over 2023, and this is primarily owing to the increase in the false alarm user fee rate, which is now more reflective of cost recovery for the emergency response vehicles when they respond to those false calls. Next slide, please, Peter. The operating highlights this year do include that new communications technician I mentioned, and that's required to preserve service levels for our growing population and maintain the technical infrastructure that supports emergency communications and the integration of Next Generation 911, which will come into effect in 2025 as dictated by the CRTC. We also have investments in training and the analytical software to allow our incident commanders and officers to train in simulated emergencies and visualize incident data to support evidence-based decision-making. We see cost pressures again, such as unionized step increases and inflation on goods and services that have been included in the budget, but again, that includes the impact of any future collective agreements. And I do want to note, along with the increase to the false alarm user fee, we do have a new user fee for response to open air burns that will be introduced in 2024 to help recover costs associated with our responses to those calls. The capital budget overview, it's primarily funded through tax-based capital. This year we have 1 fire truck, as you can see there, at 18% funded through development charges. 2024 proposed capital investments of $14.7 million consist primarily of the purchase of 3 electric fire pumpers at a cost of $7.8 million, the replacement of end-of-life radios at a cost of $3 million, and the replacement of firefighter equipment at a cost of $2.9 million. Next slide, please, Peter. So the highlights of this year's capital request, again, really focus on the investments in apparatus, equipment, and stations to service the growing population, meet our relevant health and safety requirements and legislation. We do plan on acquiring 14 electric and hybrid vehicles over the next 3 years to ensure a reliable fleet of emergency response apparatus and reduce the overall environmental footprint. So this year we have 3 electric bumpers, as you see outlined there, that will service the northwest and southeast part of the city, along with 4 hybrid sport electric vehicles. We have the replacement of firefighting equipment at a cost of $2.9 million, which really is needed to ensure service delivery and health and safety compliance, and we see that through the replacement of 106 sets of bunker gear, which is required under legislation, and the replacement of 190 end-of-life SCBAs, which are the self-contained breathing apparatus firefighters use in a fire situation, and various medical equipment and personal protective equipment, such as boots, gloves, technical rescue equipment. And lastly, we have our 911 communications that require replacement of 200 end-of-the-life radios and accessories at a cost of $3 million, and these are critical lifelines firefighters use to communicate on emergency scenes. With that, that is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chief. There is one question right now from Councillor Pleshy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Chief. Commissioner, Chief Commissioner. You could have at least worn a hat or something, like the fire hat.
It's hard to wear 2 things at once.
Right? The new user fee, what's the projection of that? Do you have that kind of estimated?
The estimate, so the new user fee for false alarms is approximately $1,400. Each resident would get 1 free occurrance, and the second response would be $1,400 per false alarm. The user fee for an open burn would be based on the MTO rate of 1 truck, which is, you can say, about $500 approximately.
And that's residential?
That would be anybody that would be open burning.
I mean, sorry, false alarms.
It could be residential, commercial, industrial.
But we already have that for commercial, don't we?
We do. We have this. That is not a new user fee. It's just increasing from about $1,000 to $1,400. The new user fee is for the open burning.
But is there a difference between commercial to residential?
There is not. Same.
But we wouldn't, if we heard of or if there was a false alarm for commercial warehouse.
Correct.
We're not going with the truck to investigate. We're going like guns a-blazing, aren't we?
We do.
It's a little bit different.
So the challenges with false alarms is that we don't know they're a false alarm most times till we get there and verify that. If we get an indication that it is false and workers are working on the system, we downgrade it.
But we never think that it's a false alarm.
We don't think it's a false alarm until something's verified that it is a false alarm, yes.
Right. But it's a difference from a commercial industrial units to a residential building, isn't it? The way we...
There is, no, the responses are very similar, actually, in terms of number of apparatus, slightly different tactics that we would use. But for a house fire, we would send 5 trucks, one of them being aerial, 3 to 4 pumpers, district chief, and command apparatus. So.
Perfect. So the union increase. So we're in our last year now, so I assume that there are negotiations ongoing.
Correct. We have begun negotiations. We're still working through that. The collective agreement, the 5-year deal expires at the end of 2023.
End of 2023. Not to get into any of the negotiations. On your increase, are you thinking that end of 2023,
the collective agreement expires, yes.
So are you like signing tomorrow?
We're still negotiating.
Okay.
And I'd be happy to give in closed session more of an update, but I probably...
So I'm gonna be adding that to tomorrow now. But your increase, that's in here because we're essentially doing the budget today. Is it basically what 2022 to 2023 was? Through
the mayor, no, it is based on certain, what we call step increases. So if a firefighter was hired and they're a new firefighter, they're 5th class, and then every year they go up to 4th, to 3rd, to 2nd, to 1st. So they have that entitlement, or for their seniority pay, that is included, but any wage increase is not included in the budget.
Okay, but we think that I think we have to go into camera. no, not now, but I'll refer this portion to later in-camera presentation.
Okay.
I don't think I can't add it to tomorrow. It needs to be during the budget, so.
Okay. So, Mr. Clerk, if we could, because Councillor Pleshy has a specific question related to negotiations, looking to the city solicitor, could we perhaps deal with that when appropriate? Maybe not
Push it
now,
off to
going
the
hammer,
end of the
push it
budget?
to the end after all the presentations?
Through you, Chair Santos, that would be up to council, and yes, there is a closed session placeholder on today's, on the agenda, should council wish to go into closed.
Okay, so we'll deal with that particular question in closed session. Any further questions, Councillor Pleshy?
That was it, Madam Chair, thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next presentation is Community Services from now Commissioner Bill Boyd. Over to you.
Sorry, if I can just add to that. Through the chair, Councillor Pleshy, like I mentioned, we have made some provisions for these increases based on certain assumptions. We can't discuss them in open, but we can, if you like, pass them on to the councillors so that you're aware of them. I'm not sure we need like a closed session just for that. Maybe you can take a look at what we pass on as information and let us know if the close is still needed.
No, I think I'm looking for an update.
Okay.
Yeah, more on what dollar amounts are, but update on how negotiations are doing.
Absolutely. Thank you.
That's all.
Okay, thank you, Nash. Back to you.
Okay, through the chair, I'm pleased to present now the 2024 Community Services Budget. And we'll go to, this slide, thank you. Our team is made up of the 5 divisions: Recreation, Parks, Cultural Services, Service Brampton, and Community Safety and Wellbeing. We operate 31 facilities, 4 performing arts venues. We deliver over 500 arts and culture programs and events each year. We coordinate over $1.5 million in grant support. We maintain over 2,990 hectares of parkland property. We manage 680,000 resident contacts on average this year, and we're implementing over 25 of the Community Safety Action Plan initiatives. Next slide, please. Our budget goals are grounded in the provision of high quality and accessible services to meet the demands of a growing and diverse community, while still being fiscally responsible, environmentally conscious, and socially connected. Our divisions accomplish this by empowering and connecting residents, supporting our creative arts community, promoting healthy and active lifestyles, and providing a wide range of customer service options. Next slide, please. Our budget drivers this year are rooted in our strategic priorities, our master plans, and the responsibility of serving a growing and diverse community. We aim to adapt to the evolving needs of residents and partners, and addressing aging infrastructure while servicing new areas of our city and providing equitable programs and services. Some challenges we face include coping with changing seasonal weather patterns, recruiting sufficient staff to meet community demands, and managing inflationary pressures. Next slide, please. Approximately 2/3 of our budget increase represents new and enhanced services, such as increased maintenance in parks, ice rinks, grass cutting, and the revitalization at Balmoral Recreation Center. Our total budget request this year is $128 million, with 69% funded through property taxes and the remaining 31% funded through user fees. Next slide. Our 2024 operating highlights for parks include an increase in grass cutting with 2 more citywide cuts within our parks and boulevards, bringing it from 12 cuts per season now to 14 cuts per season. We will be increasing communication to residents in parks, on parks and maintenance, and having a workshop for council early this spring on all things related to grass. We plan on hiring more staff to support recreational outdoor sporting events, grass maintenance, park beautification, more frequent inspections of parks and sports fields. We'll be maintaining our outdoor rinks and working to improve overall park safety. To enhance the customer experience of our residents, we are expanding our parks operations staffing levels to include more weekends and evenings to meet the growing demand and usage of our parks, sports fields, and open spaces. The Recreation Division is in June 2024, I'll just back one slide, please, Peter, is implementing access to free programming for residents age 70 and above, and then in 2025, expanding to those 65 and above. And the free activities will include fitness, dance, swimming, skating, related programs and services. To optimize our outdoor amenities, we plan on opening the new winterized dome at Brampton Tennis Club, similar to the Chinguacousy Tennis Club, but with a greater focus on Brampton youth in late 2024. Balmoral Recreation Center renovations are nearing completion, with an opening planned in Q3 of 2024, which will see Balmoral double in size with a new gymnasium, pool, and more program rooms. The Recreation Division plans to introduce a youth cricket program in 2024 with a new league for boys and girls aged 6 to 16, and this exciting new league is going to kick off this summer at some of our new youth cricket fields. Additional recreation positions are sought for the Peel Village Golf Club, recreation planning, and to the staffing required for Balmoral Rec Center, and these roles will aim to enhance communication, streamline processes, and manage the growing facilities. Next slide, please. Highlights from the Cultural Services Division include support for the Brampton Arts Organization, BOW, as it transitions to an independent arts service organization, which is vital for maintaining and enriching the local arts landscape. This support is key to nurturing the development of local artists and fostering a lively cultural community. Additional budget for the Advanced Brampton Fund has been requested for a total now of $1.5 million. And this fund for awareness is highly sought after. We're already seeing about a 41% increase in applications for 2024. Further, we've also added a dedicated public art officer to help oversee the growing number of public art projects happening across the city. In Service Brampton, we're working on planned service efficiencies through improved processes and technology and adding increased funds for part-time staff. We're also requesting a workforce management analyst, which will play a key role by monitoring team performance and working to address inefficiencies and help improve the resident experience when calling 911 by optimizing staffing levels. The Community Safety and Wellbeing Division is requesting $150,000 for the Nurturing Neighborhood Grant to support neighborhood groups across the city as part of the recently approved Neighborhood Association Guide project. The litter reduction charter is in development and will be finalized with a report to council early next year and include the creation of a working group and implementation plan across a wide range of community stakeholders. And as for the Community Safety Action Plan, work continues on the associated deliverables, and a progress report is scheduled for distribution to council in 2024. Thank you. In addition, the community services budget request totals this year $26.7 million with an allocation of over $20 million to parks-related projects. And we see development charges and tax-based capital fund approximately 83% of the projects, with the remaining 17% funded by the Canada Community Building Fund and other sources such as CIF and CIL. In addition, in 2024, I just want to note that our team will continue the delivery and construction of a number of strategic, previously approved projects, including Gore Meadows outdoor recreation amenities, the Credit View Sandalwood Cricket Field, the Cassie Campbell Field Hockey Dome, and the Torbram Sandalwood Adventure Park. Next slide, please. In 2024, Community Services has a number of exciting capital requests that will help support an active and healthy community. A key highlight in this year's budget includes funds for a new Kabaddi Stadium at Sesquicentennial Park, with construction planned to begin in 2024. That will include a lit field, dedicated seating, access to washroom amenities, and parking. Parks is also requesting funds to enhance outdoor recreation, including the replacement of 12 tennis courts and the resurfacing with latex of 20 existing ones throughout the 2024 year. To help meet the growing demand for pickleball, we're adding more courts in the city, including Black Forest Park, Cassie Campbell, an overlay at Boren Park, and additional sites that will be determined this coming year. We will be designing and building 3 new youth cricket fields at locations still to be determined, but knowing that they'll be in wards 2-6, 3-4, and 9-10, and that will support our newly planned youth cricket league. We are further requesting funds for 12 shade structures to support outdoor cricket user groups, as this came before council last year, with dedicated spaces for each team, both home and away, at each cricket field, including 4 shade structures at Batsman, 2 at Terremoto, and 6 at Emancipation Park. Our winter amenities will continue to expand with 2 new outdoor refrigerated skating rinks at Amore Italian Park in Ward 7-8 and Major William Sharp Park in Wards 1-5, both scheduled to open, weather permitting, in November of 2024. For the Flower City Community Campus, we will be replacing the lawn bowling greens, and in 2024, as part of the ongoing maintenance of parks citywide, we will be replacing several playgrounds and adding rubberized surfaces at locations across the city to improve safety and playability. We also have additional funds set aside for new gardens and flower beds at subdivision entrances, and the conversion of one field to be determined for the use of tape ball, the modified form of cricket. Next slide, please. For recreation, additional funding is requested to complete projects that have already been recently approved with our school board partners, including Central Peel, the CLTC, or Collaborative Learning and Technology Center, and Sandalwood Heights. We also, to note, in Q3 2024, the Turner Fenton Secondary School cricket pitch is set to open, and this lit cricket field will be shared by the school board and the city, and the project includes an artificial turf wicket, player pavilions, bleachers, which will contribute to the city's overall inventory of permitted lit cricket fields. And we do have a budget request in recreation of $1.3 million sought for the equipment replacement program that will include additional fitness, aquatics, and gymnastic equipment, and $712,000 requested for new indoor assets to expand our recreation service levels to meet our customers' needs for items such as new digital displays, scoreboards, and a gym floor at Susan Fennell. Next slide, please. The cultural services capital budget requests are brought forward to help boost Brampton's cultural scene. With $565,000, we aim to fund public art projects that bring our community together and enhance our surroundings with temporary and permanent art projects, ranging from neighborhood initiatives to commemorating people such as Bill Davis and Terry Fox, and to commemorating significant events such as Brampton's 50th birthday. We also have another $652,000 requested to maintain and improve cultural facilities, ensuring they remain positive spaces for all art and culture communities. Next slide. The Community Safety Action Plan and team is seeking funding for contract positions and initiative support, and these initiative support includes translation services for improved communication to our residents, and the requested resources through this project will help maintain service levels, continued implementation of the Nurturing Neighborhood Plan, support the Brampton Community Safety Advisory Committee through data gathering, analysis, and community engagement. I believe we have one final slide. And just a quick list for council's awareness of referred matters. We're bringing a number of reports, including litter reduction report and auto theft reduction pilot, and in Q1, 2024, along with the Parks and Rec Master Plan, the Public Art Strategy, both in Q1. And that is my presentation. Thank you very much.
Question is Councillor Pellecci.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So a number of questions, Chief Commissioner. And you'll probably get that more this term because really, like, it's not a budget that staff ever had an opportunity to present or answer any questions of councillors like prior budgets, right? So,
and I think my team is here, I believe.
I can see your team's that side.
There, okay, that side.
Always on your right side.
Okay. But I will do
good to see the team here.
And I do want to acknowledge both our fire and community services team. It's an honor and a privilege to lead them. They're tremendous staff, so very fortunate.
Fire's done, more onto community services.
Yes, I just didn't get a chance to mention them.
Thanks, Chief. Or now, Commissioner. So I see that, where do I start? Let's start with Balmoral, because it's obvious. Doubling in size, I guess it's, fantastic for Ward 7 and 8 to still have more rec centers than any other ward pairing in the city of Brampton. That's pretty much stated in the Parks and Rec Master Plan. where would you like, so, you know, when I've talked about this in previous budgets, I want to know how to make it similar or the same, or I want to know how the residents in the other areas of Brampton can have something like 7 and 8 can. Is that where, are we saying to, at some point through the master plan, are we saying to staff, you know, bring us something that makes it, you know, easier for areas in southwest Brampton like it is in Ward 7 and 8? Or is it us councillors saying, you know, we need more recreation in 1 and 5, in 3 and 4, in 2 and 6, so that, you know, Ward 7 and 8 with all the rec centers that they have and, you know, expansions and everything that, you know, other areas in the city can also feel like they're being respected as well.
Yeah, through the mayor, I think it's a combination of the Parks and Rec master plan, looking to identify any service gaps in terms of overall recreation activities, parks, but also then to the equitable distribution and the changing landscape of the recreation activities. Sports that were extremely popular years ago may be shifting and may be changing, so how do we meet that demand across the city? But I think another big part of it is the engagement with yourselves as councillors and the mayor about issues you may be seeing in your respective wards, especially through the parks enhancement process or other items that come up. We'll see that, I think, with the new youth cricket fields this year that will be distributed across the city, or the outdoor refrigerated rinks that we're trying to spread out equally. So I think it's a combination, but it's certainly something that I know Anand and Ed are speaking to the consultant with Monteith Brown about the Parks and Rec master plan to make sure that we have an equitable distribution or identify gaps where we need to address and bring that forward to council too.
And I guess with the changes to, or the additions to Service Brampton now, that you kind of highlighted, that I probably want a little bit more information on to what it actually means for the residents. At certain points of the year, you know, in 2 and 6, Councillor Barr, I can't speak for anybody else, get an influx in calls because they missed their opportunity or sat on hold or sat in a queue or didn't get their child registered for a program that they wanted at Cassie Campbell. They got sent to Earnscliffe or something nice out in the East End where they have lots of rec centers. Did I mention that? Is that going to be captured at some point? Because our residents in 2 and 6 are feeling the constraints that the limited amount of rec centers that they have specifically out in 6, and I know Embleton's coming on, but Embleton is only one part of that, right? It doesn't have everything. So is that going to capture all of that? And how do we make that process easier?
Through the chair, so I think that is one thing the Parks and Rec master plan is looking at, but if you've had a chance to look at our new, I'll say, revamp of Explore. I know coming on as acting commissioner last year, it was very problematic early on about some of the wait times and the issues with people not being able to register. We just had a registration yesterday. I think the max wait time was 2 minutes. Excellent. People were in queue. We have, I'll say, mostly only heard positive. We do know, though, that there is a massive demand for our recreation programs. One of our challenges, too, that we're trying to address is get more staff to be able to deliver all the programs that everyone wants. It's just a perpetual challenge that we're working on. We are making headway. We are working to add more aquatics and some of those key programs, Learn to Skate, Learn to Swim, staff. So it's coming back to the pre-pandemic levels. We're getting closer. Our revenue this year is trending in a positive direction, so we're getting there. I don't think we're there yet, and in a growing city, we got to work to keep adding these programs and bring that before council in the Parks and Rec master plan in the regular annual budget process. But we will be giving council an opportunity to sit down as the draft comes forward, so you'll be able to have a look at that master plan before it comes back and make sure that we are highlighting and hitting the right areas that you're hearing from the residents are problematic.
Excellent. And I have to say that, you know, in the beginning it was parents not being able to get their kids into a program, and that's kind of migrated to parents not being able to get their kids at Cassie Campbell as opposed to somewhere else, which is better right? And we'll continue to, as the Parks and Rec Master Plan
Yes.
Explains, to continue to make that better.
And I do know Anand and his team, as they see the fill rates of, you know, if Learn to Skate at Cassie or Earnscliffe or one of them is perpetually full, then we are looking to allocate staff there to balance
Which is
that.
a
It is a
different-
bit of, it
yeah.
does take time and we have to work through it, but
Yeah.
it is on their radar.
Okay, let's go to Service Brampton, and I had asked previously, what's it, and I said I'm gonna, in budget, I'm gonna ask this question. So how much will it cost to return 311 back to the 24-hour level of service
So
that we migrated from?
Through the mayor, if I recall, when it was reduced, it was approximately a $270,000 or $80,000 impact. I suspect with inflation and challenges that has went up, so I would estimate in the $300,000 range. But perhaps Nash, if I'm incorrect, you can add to that.
Just on the operating side? Just on
Sorry?
operation, right?
Yeah.
Just operation. I think you're right. Richard.
Okay. So I think we need to have the discussion because, you know, a lot of people don't feel like they're being heard. Now, there's going to be another conversation around, you know, bylaw and legislative services, and then I'm going to bring in, you know, our connection with 311 and that relationship. So maybe I'll just throw it out there that I'm looking to put this back to the way it was. As for right now, I'll leave it, knowing that it's around $300,000. But maybe there's other opportunities where we can, you know, to have the discussion around, you know, joining or potentially in supporting bylaw legislative services, 311, and that relationship.
And maybe through the mayor, just for awareness too, on certain busier days that are projected, we do staff up to full service overnight, just not every day of the year.
Yep. So back to what we're adding to 311, and what I want from 311 is I really want the data, the information. So with these changes, are we going to be able to collect more of the data as calls come in?
Through the mayor, and I might get through one to speak to some of this, but part of our request is for a specific position, a workforce management analyst, to make sure that we're putting the right number of staff on at the right times. We don't want to be overstaffed, but we don't want to be understaffed, but we need to leverage that data to make sure that these days typically, or these times, require maybe some more part-time staff. It's not a flat staffing model, it's very dynamic. So that is what this position is doing, to try to, I'll say, right-size 311.
Okay, so I guess what I'm getting at is two things. One, on the fireworks side, when a number of calls come in, some people say it was, you know, 102 Kennedy Road, but another number of people will say it's Kennedy and Conservation Drive, right? So then that doesn't, they don't, like, nothing's speaking to each other. So I can't pull anything, I can't say, give me all of the calls that came in for this house that was sending fireworks. So I want to know how we can make that happen. When, you know, it's very difficult for, you know, a resident is, if they're woken up at 1 o'clock in the morning, and I'll give another example, but a resident's woken up at 1 o'clock in the morning, they're not going to go down the street across to look at, oh, what's the number of the house that is, so and we can't expect that, right? So how do we change and how do we make it?
And I'll work with the 301 team and maybe the IT team, but, you know, one thing I think of is the heat mapping for general areas, and then you can see, to your point, the quadrant, the area that it came in, and see this was more reflective, but we understand your challenge of trying to pinpoint an address when people may be making a complaint about general things like fireworks.
Right.
I hear you, okay.
And then when a call comes in for vehicles parked on the road, and I've heard anywhere from, you know, people being told that nobody would be coming out, and because by the time they get out there, the car will be gone. 100% true. And I've made the suggestion that you know, we would always say, we record this information, no bylaw officer would be coming out today, but as this information comes in, we will be doing a blitz in the area in the near future. And then getting back to that person, right? So that's really what people want. People want, you know, somebody or to get back to that. And if that has to be the council office, that's fine. But it has to come to the council office to say, you know, there's been a change where when I started working at, as an elected official, I would get a lot of information from 311 on calls that were coming in. And I think that's kind of declined to the point where, you know, they're handling a lot of the calls coming in, fantastic. But then, you know, we're hearing from residents that, you know, they don't feel like they're being heard, right? So, and by the time that call comes to a counselor, it's escalated to the point where they just want to yell. That's what I was elected for. You can go ahead and yell at me anytime. Don't yell at anybody else, yell at me. That's what I'm here for. But we want to try and, you know, make as many people as happy as possible, of course. And then the enforcement piece of it, or the service of, you know, issuing tickets and stuff, I know will come later on. But yes, they are connected, right?
Yeah, through the mayor, that full feedback loop, and I think that would be an opportunity for 311 to work with the operating department, in this case bylaw, to how do we get that information back to residents about a potential blitz or what is actually happening in that area or that address or that street. So I think that's something for us to take away with the bylaw team.
Yep, and I have to say, every time that I've said to a resident, we're going to blitz the area, they're so happy with that. And that's, a lot of people want to hear that. Of course, then they need to know that we blitz the area. So pickleball. You're putting pickleball courts at Boren Park?
We're putting pickleball through the mayor on the overlay on the rink, I believe.
Oh, for the summertime?
Yes, for the summertime.
Okay. Yeah. So I know that pickleball is kind of this, you know, big and upcoming thing, and I'll kind of throw it out here right now. I've never, ever had anybody ask me or request pickleball courts in wards 2 and 6. Councillor Brar might be able to say, oh, no, we have this person. I've never had anybody ask me for pickleball courts.
I know someone.
In my area? Yeah. Leo O'Brien?
No.
Well.
They play at White Spurs.
So I don't know, I guess, what the thing, you're adding 4 courts to Ward 2 alone.
Through the mayor, there's the overlay at Boren Park, and then there is 3, I believe, at Cassie Campbell.
Okay, Ward 2 and 6.
Yes.
So where's Cassie Campbell going? Where are they, those ones?
Through the mayor, I will ask Ed for the exact location. I don't have that off the top of my head of where it will be situated on the property.
Through the chair, Councillor Plushy, it's located just on the other side of the path next to the playground, but ensuring that's not near where the dome's going to be installed in the future.
Down on the back end near the residence or near the subdivision?
Not quite that far.
Over by, like, behind the field hockey?
Correct.
On that side?
Correct. Now, that hasn't been started yet, but that's good. That's the location that's proposed currently. So, but yes, we're hoping to maybe start this fall, but we're aiming for the spring so we can connect with your offices.
This fall, as in like 2024 fall?
No, sorry. We were hoping.
Are we in winter yet?
2023. Sorry, I guess we're winter.
I don't know if we are or not. Is it? Okay.
But we can connect with yourself and Councillor Brar if there's something, another location within that site that would work.
Maybe we can. I'd like to understand how many people are using the tennis courts now for pickleball.
Okay.
I've never heard of any issues whatsoever over there. But Councillor Brar might have heard something, so I'll circle back.
Sure.
Perfect.
Thank
okay.
You.
The last one. Chief, lots of other municipalities are live streaming the hockey rinks.
Yes.
I understand that we have live stream service in some of our hockey rinks.
Through the mayor, that's correct. It used to be Game On, and now I believe it's Live Barn, and I think it's at, and Anand can correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it's 5 rinks. We have a contract with Live Barn that has the ability to stream it, and then it's up to the individual sports agency, like BHI or one of those ones, I believe, to operate that or make that available to their participants.
Okay.
We can send the list afterward of what arenas it's at and where it is. We have
So how much money do we receive from that?
Through the mayor, I'll have to ask Anand if he has that.
I'm gonna guess that number is 0. No. Next to nothing. And I know that parents are paying like from $10 to $20 a month just to have this app and be able to live stream some games. So I think that's more and more parents are looking for stuff like this. I don't know why, or maybe we can, looking at corporate services, to see maybe we can have our own service that we can provide instead of using outsourced. There are rings. As far as I know, it's our technology in there too. Those are our cameras, I believe. But can we maybe have, by the end of this budget, can we come back to some of those answers? Please.
Through the mayor to Councilor Pelletier, yeah, we can sit with Alex's team and our recreation team to see what's actually required and what type of impact and what our current agreement says.
Yeah,
for sure.
Let's bring back the agreement, what that dollar amount is to at a future to this budget, and then we'll add any discussions if needed from there. I think, and that was it.
Okay, Councillor Santos.
It's the Pelletier and Santos question show today. Okay, thank you for the presentation, Bill. Building off of what Councillor Pelletier said regarding Service Brampton, what I'm starting to realize and recognize is that Service Brampton, or 311, I think our expectations might be changing, that it goes beyond just a call center. And I think our experience in the past, certainly since I was elected in 2018, is that it's a call center. But I think the expectation is that it should be closing the loop. It should be making sure that bylaw works together and that things align so that the operator knows exactly the time frame and the timeline and who is responsible and how to respond to the customer, the resident, as to if, when, and how the complaint or issue is going to be resolved and who will be responsible. So I think that's why both Councillor Pelletier and a number of us are going to ask a few questions about that coordination, particularly with bylaw enforcement, as it relates to this. So I just wanted to bring that up. My next question is in regards to opportunity for subsidy and grants. So what I noticed in community services is that there's not too many line items that actually have a funding source through grants and subsidies. I think there's a big opportunity there. I think that, for example, I just sent to Ed and the team in Parks specifically a new funding stream that just opened up at FCM that helps to pay for the new planting of trees. And certainly funding opportunities like that will help relieve money in the budget, but also the Green Municipal Fund. I believe we also have funding sources through the Green Municipal Fund as well. So trying to find other ways for us to pay for community services capital or operating through grants and subsidies would be great. The next one kind of builds off of that issue, which is partnerships with the school boards. So Councillor Pelletier was talking about how the east side of Brampton, 7 and 8 specifically, have a lot more recreation community centers. Well, we're built out in wards 1 and 5, pretty much. There's not that much room to put a new community center, and I recognize that. There might be some infill opportunities, perhaps. But where there are opportunities is the partnerships with school boards. And I know that we've partnered with outdoor spaces and cricket fields, et cetera, but I think that we need to start to look at partnership in utilizing their gyms and some of their community rooms within particularly high schools. And we've had this discussion before, and just wondering, have we been having those conversations with school boards, using their facilities, not just their outdoor amenities?
Through the mayor, yes, we have a really strong partnership, I think, as you can see from some of the capital projects. We're working to improve the relationship in terms of the booking, but there is a permitting process, and Anand can add to that if needed, that where we work with them to use, the nights, the weekends.
Yeah.
But I certainly think that will be a focus, because as you mentioned, there is limited space, and how do we maximize the use of some of those empty buildings? So we'll work on that. That'll be in our PRMP as well, and we are continuing those conversations with Peel District, Dufferin Catholic, everyone.
Great, because there's opportunities there. Like, I'm thinking in Wards 1 and 5, David Suzuki High School, Jean Augustine High School. I know we have a little bit of a partnership with Gordon Graydon and their basketball courts. I know there's a partnership with Judith Nyman and Terry Miller Recreation Center with their basketball courts. So maybe we can't build in certain areas in Wards 1 and 5, for example, but can we increase the number of partnerships to make those spaces available? And then, sorry, Bill, I'm looking through my questions here. Right, so 311 and the hours of operation, when that question comes back, because Councillor Pelletier had asked the question, can we also get, again, and I know there was already a report on this or a briefing note on this, what the other municipalities' hours are for the call center, as well as what happens when somebody calls 311 at 2 in the morning and has a parking issue? Does that call get forwarded somewhere for someone else to answer, for example?
Through the mayor, so in terms of comparators, there's only one other municipality, I believe, in Canada, which is Calgary, that offers 24/7. Mississauga, I believe, is Monday to Friday, 7 till 7. Region Appeal closes at 1 a.m., 7 days a week. A lot of municipalities roughly run 7 till midnight, 7 till 1, but certainly not on a 24/7 basis that we're aware of anyways. Last time we checked the data, which was only a few months ago. In terms of if someone uses a mobile app, an email to request the parking issue, it goes straight through to the operating department, I'll say almost simultaneously, for them to address after the closing time of 3011.
Okay, so through you, Mr. Chair, so if somebody calls 311 with a parking issue at 2 in the morning, there's an option for them to press 2 to talk to a bylaw officer?
Through the mayor, they can use a mobile app or an email.
Mobile app or email?
Mobile app or email, then that information gets passed on to the operating department right away.
Okay. So if you could bring like that process back as well as on average how many calls we do receive in the middle of the night in order to justify a cost of $300,000 annually.
Through the mayor, yeah, we can certainly bring those.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Singh.
Thank you. Regarding the school board, that's a great point, and especially new build schools, it's much easier to plan for joint use. So I'm looking at Anand as well, because me and Councillor Tour also had lunch with Jaspal Gill, which is Associate Director. So they're keen to start working on some of the new schools and seeing how we can have joint use of them. We have some new schools coming up in 2 and 6 and 9 and 10, and it would be good to integrate those joint uses and programming early on. Obviously, it's much more difficult a little later on, but not impossible. Secondly, I want to just talk about trees. Trees, okay? So, first of all, I want to thank, before I get into trees, I do want to commend staff. We've had a great year in Wards 9 and 10 in particular for new parks and park upgrades. So thank you to staff for everything you've done to help us along the way for that. Our residents are really happy. But getting to trees, I'm trying to understand page 9 and page 10. Because we have the Urban Forest Canopy Program.
Grab
Yep,
my,
yeah, sure.
Actually, I got it right here.
Are you there? Yep. So on page 9, I see the Urban Forest Canopy Program. So I see the number of trees planted there, and then I go on the next page to see the community program participation. So what's the differences in the programs? And going back to a million tree strategy, how's this all connected? I just want to know. I feel like we're doing work in silos, and I want to know how we're bringing it all together for the million tree strategy.
Through the mayor, Deputy Mayor Singh, so this number 2 doesn't reflect the number of partnerships we have, and maybe I'll bring Ed down, but I believe it's in the range of 20,000 trees that we're planting in terms of with different partners.
So online on the website it says 16,312 trees planted. Okay, so is that old numbers then, or yep?
Through the chair, Deputy Mayor Singh. Yes, so the website itself needs to be updated.
Okay.
And we have some staffing that we're looking for this year to do that, focus on the service levels in regards to operations, trees included. And as Bill had mentioned as well, the trees that are stated here are sort of just parks, but we partnerships with external, with the CAs, as well as environmental planning as well. So next year we'll have more of a one total list. So it's a little clear.
So I just want to go through the program so I understand. So Urban Forest Canopy Program. That program is it to cover the damage from the wind storms that happened many years ago? Because that's referenced, or what's it specifically targeted to do?
Through the chair, great question. The Urban Forest Canopy Program is something we introduced about 2 years ago, and it replaces, previously we had a capital account called EAB, which is more the Emerald Ash Borer, which was partnered with the ice storm. So we've rebranded in the last 2 years, and it's similar for planting trees and resourcing for trees.
Okay, and these trees will also obviously be counted towards the million trees as well.
That's correct.
And then you have the community program participation. I guess that's with volunteers, with TRCA, Credit Valley. So that would be what their target is, correct?
That is correct. There's the partner, the volunteering piece, as well as the trees planted.
Okay. And then back to our million tree strategy. So, so is it true we're expected to do 45,000 this year? Trees?
We're aiming to, in discussions with the CAs, we'll confirm, but that's we anticipate.
Okay.
The numbers there,
Yeah.
and I can add to that as well. Approved in 2023 was a supervisor of forestry planning.
Okay.
To support the urban forest management plan. That individual has been hired to take the lead in organizing.
And that's, sorry, is that at the city of Brampton? Or?
That is correct.
Yeah, okay.
To connect with the CAs, environmental planning as well.
CA meaning community?
Oh, sorry, Conservation Authorities.
Conservation
I'm sorry,
Authority,
TRCA,
okay.
CBC.
And then next year we're targeting 50,000?
We are targeting up to 50,000 trees, correct, based on the 1 million trees.
Okay, but still to get to 1 million, we have to be hitting more than that, correct?
Through the chair, that is correct. And I think that having Adam Barkovich as our new supervisor is going to be a key component. He was just brought on the last couple months to sort of steer the ship for the urban forest management plan.
And in this budget, what's going towards supporting, any new supports? You mentioned one, but just want to go through the supports that are being added to help attain these goals.
Thank you. Through the chair, what we have is $100,000 in staff recoveries to support the urban forest management plan in regards to staffing. We did not, looking at unspent capital, we're going to utilize existing funds for this year. We'll be coming back in 2025 for existing capital. And we have also included part-time additional labor to support the management of the contractors throughout the season as well for this year.
And then last year, correct me if I'm wrong, we also had some supply issues of trees, because I know we got some of our trees, parks planted in trees, but I think we were having difficulty procuring more. So how are we addressing that for next year?
And through the chair, we're currently working with purchasing. We're going out to tender for all new contracts for contract maintenance, tree planting, and tree stumping. And I think the concern you raised there about supplies, it was more that we're working with the Trans-Canada Pipeline.
Okay.
And there's many restrictions to do any planting within their jurisdiction. And there was the coordinating of that piece where there was a delay in having the trees planted.
Okay, so there's no shortage of trees otherwise?
Through the chair, not that I'm aware of.
Okay, and then lastly, a variety of trees. Are we looking at just, like I saw the emerald, ash borer reference here, but I just want to make sure we have a wide variety of trees.
We are, through the chair, the emerald ash borer, we do not plant ash trees anymore because of the insect.
Okay.
And I think 30 to 40 years ago, there's monoculture, planting of one variety in one location is something we've stopped several years ago for that reason, in case any pests or disease are introduced into the area, because it happens. So there's a percent planted on each street in case there is a concern. Not all trees would be affected in that area.
Okay, and we're looking at increasing our variety and making sure, right?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor Singh. So our next departmental presentation would be Public Works. I think that might be a longer presentation. I know we had planned to have a lunch break at 12. Is there a shorter one we could do before if we want to squeeze one more in, or is any? Sure, we can do corporate services then? Yeah. Okay.
Okay, this should be a fairly short presentation, Peter, if you can bring up the corporate services one. And the slides are this year's corporate services budget, which compromises all the divisions that you see in front of you. Our department, as you know, works closely in collaboration with all the different departments in the city, and we ensure we support the business needs of our partners and meeting the needs of the community in supporting all those frontline departments. Next slide, Peter. As our department provides these citywide services, the department budget is guided by these key business pillars and inform our budget goals. We aim to provide effective and efficient service delivery with financial stewardship, attracting talent and retention, which is a critical component in terms of the workforce that we have in the city, and also making sure that our technologies support and are maintained in a proper way through our IT departments. Next slide, Peter. Also, the number of budget drivers that guide the budget for corporate services are, as you can see on there, the legislation of Bill 112, corporate asset management, that's legislated as well. The economic pressures we are all facing from higher costs for goods and services are all incorporated in this budget as well. For staffing, we are aiming to streamline processes and also to improve on staff retention in the city. In addition, we're continuing adopting new technologies across more services and introducing to different departments that require them and meeting their business needs, and some of those technologies are like the new AI technology that's coming out now as well. Next slide, Peter. So departmentally, our corporate services budget, you can find on the budget binders, I think it's on page 177 moving forward. The operating budget begins at 192 and comprises about 74.3 million net expenditures, or 83.1 in total expenditures. The difference being offset by the corporate revenues and property taxes. You'll see outlined though on the under each division some of the core operating priorities for 2024 budget. In total, there's 22 full-time FTEs for a total department staff of just over 400. And again, finance additional resource to improve DC processing and improve financial analytics for capital programs and reserves in our finance department. In our HR, some of the critical components are coping with the recruiting and retention and requirements of supporting and managing our absenteeism and our absence with WSIB as well. In IT, system availability for frontline services and ongoing state of good repair replacements within our IT department. And next slide, Peter. And again, the resources to support the city's efforts in addressing through our EDI office, in addressing the anti-black racism and Islamophobia, and the duty to consult framework that we're developing as well for local indigenous nations. So the resource and support for the city events in our sports and tourism and marquee events, also with the social media marketing for the city programs and services. So the next slide shows the breakdown. Sorry, Peter, next slide when you can. Next slide shows the breakdown of that, where the variance is 9.2% of the operating over 2023, and new and upgraded IT technologies, additions for the corporate events, 22 FTEs, HR investigations costs, and professional service across the divisions to support the business planning and execution of the different areas. Next slide, Peter. So the capital program consists of 13.6 million, and you'll see on the 2024 priorities outlined in the slide, the forecasted capital supporting longer-term financial plans within 2025 budget and moving forward in 2026 as well. And it's important to understand a lot of these capital programs are supporting the different departments, and we can break it down. I think through your budget binder, you can identify exactly where those monies are going, but it's in support of all the different departments that are operating. And next slide, Peter. And that just shows the breakdown for the different components within a capital program for 2024 and then into 2025 as well. And the second last slide, Peter, the next slide. This slide explains a 3-year forecast for the corporate services capital budget over the coming years. And then the last slide is just the referred matters that we had in terms of the strategic communications that came up. And I conclude that based on this final slide, and if there's any questions that I can answer, please.
Okay, are there any questions for corporate support services? And of course, at future budget sessions, we can go back into any of these presentations, and of course, ask the commissioners any questions for any additional information you may require. Are there any questions for Alex? Any other questions? Okay. Okay, thank you, Alex.
Thanks.
Okay, it is 11:38, so we can break early for what was planned to be the lunch break at 12, and then we'll return at 1 o'clock, and we have the downtown Brampton BIA and the Brampton Library who will have presentations at that time. Okay, thank you.
have Delegation 6.1, Downtown Brampton BIA. I think the presenters are Carrie, who is the board chair, and Erica, advisor. Please come to the podium and take it away.
Perfect, thank you. Thank you for having both Erica and myself here. So I am the BIA chair, and Erica is an advisor and also, as of right now, supporting us as our acting executive director as we're in transition. Next slide, please. So the BIA was established in 2015. We have over 123 commercial properties and approximately 306 memberships with a taxable property value of $150 million. Our board of directors comprises of many different vocations, from sports to actual retail and restaurants, to property owners. And we also have 3 people on our board of directors that are city representative, Maya, who's our treasurer, as well as Councilor Vicente and Councilor Keenan. Next slide, please. Our mandate for the BIA is to improve, beautify, and maintain the public lands and buildings within the BIA boundary beyond what is provided by the municipality at large. To promote the area as a business and shopping area, including eateries, shops, and services beyond what business can do individually. Next slide.
Thank you. So despite many challenges in 2023, the BIA really has been able to make sure that they activated the local downtown economy through some cost-effective marketing, some seasonal events, and some street enhancements. The marquee events that they did this year that really saw a lot of traffic into the downtown and also supported some of the tourism events and the events that were happening from our events team locally were the Pedestrian Summer campaign. This was the first time that they did a pedestrian summer that really had a lot of residents walking around the downtown and experiencing several activations. This really saw an increase of traffic into our downtown businesses. We had great use of our laneways through the summer as well. And we really celebrated 3 events with our Shop to Win campaigns that really were driving traffic into our local downtown businesses. As council can imagine, this has been a very difficult year for main streets from coast to coast to coast in Canada. And Brampton's Main Street isn't any different from what we've been seeing. So making sure that the BIA was really able to cultivate some interest in coming around and shopping the local downtown, which was their mandate for this year. We also saw a lot of community partnerships that they're hoping to expand into 2024, as well as a lot of the business support strategy. And their business support strategy has them having a 24-hour, 7 days a week chat dialogue with businesses. So as occurrences are happening, they can really report it. But it also adds as a support for members, whether they be new businesses that have recently arrived into the downtown core. And the Brampton BIA saw 18 new businesses coming into the downtown core this year. And the strategy for next year from a business attraction perspective is really going to be really important for the BIA. Next slide, please. Because of the major construction that has happened in the downtown core, the BIA wanted to make sure that they were really enhancing and beautifying and having these activations be one that, despite the constructions, we saw visitors and residents coming into the downtown core, and we saw the activations of such spaces as Vivian Lane, where we had the yoga classes. We saw as well a lot of murals and artwork adding to the beautification of the downtown, and a part of, again, the Shop to Win campaign really saw businesses co-sharing when their clients won. We had a 50-50 split between the business and the clients. Next slide, please. So the goal of the BIA really is to make sure that they are creating an vibrant environment to which we can really have consumers not just come down once to shop in the downtown area, but returning. And one of the things that we are seeing, and I think it's a plus for the city, as we see the city's population growing and more people moving into the city of Brampton, they are also looking for retail shops, restaurants, to support. And we have to be able to make sure that the city is attractive, the businesses are attractive, that way people are shopping locally in the places that they live in. So we really wanted as a BIA to encourage residents not just to do your banking and leave, but to stay around and browse, grab a coffee, go to the Pocket Park, be in a really beautiful setting, which our artwork and murals have been. One of the reasons that we wanted to do the murals is to really start animating the downtown. And this was really going to be a part of the BIA's way of deferring the graffiti and the vandalism that has been happening in a lot of local business spots is by beautifying them. So the vandals don't really see it as necessary to mark their places and do graffiti because there is something pretty there to look at. Next slide, please. So part of the strategy for 2024 really sees the BIA strengthening the partnerships, not just with the city, to which we have a really strong partnership with, but with also other local sponsors and other developers who are looking to have a really strong presence in the downtown area and help us support the city-run projects that are going on. We will be enhancing again the public spaces in the downtown, and we are really hoping to create a more positive media exposure. We really have been, for the last year, been able to have a set of place-making identity. There is a face of the downtown BIA, and her name is Emanuela. And when anybody sees her online, they know exactly who she is, and she knows exactly who she's supporting. So we really want to be very strong with our social media campaigns. But as you can imagine, the BIA does a lot of fantastic events annually, and the number one complaint after an event is that, oh, I didn't know that was happening, or where were we? And it's only because the focus has really been on an online strategy. And if we don't increase the number of followers, the number of likes, the number of engagement online, we're really kind of doing this in vain. So the BIA now has a very strong marketing strategy to which they will be implementing in 2024, starting with the launch of the website in a few weeks. But it's really hoping that we will do a little bit more radio, a little more contesting, and really going back to some paper marketing and really understanding who these new visitors are, who we're really trying to attract. We've been working with some of the condominium residential developers in the area to see how we can really get that class of residents who are now calling the downtown Brampton home to really start activating their residents in their buildings. And the next slide, please. And Carrie will be talking about how we're going to pay for this amazing strategy in 2024.
So as you can see, we've increased a few of our expenditures, which will be, the main ones will be beautification and safety, as well as marketing and promotions. For us to be able to move forward in our goals and our strategic planning, those do need to be increased. We're not asking it solely to come from the city. We have a game plan in place for this through different aspects from sponsorships and as well as grants. But if we go to the next slide, one of the big things that we are looking at is as a BIA, we know we need to have a little more skin in the game, and we're looking at increasing our levy by $50,000, using some of our reserve funds for the beautification and safety. And then looking at expanding, we're just doing some preliminary research with expanding our boundaries within the next 2 years, which would then increase our levy again, but also being able to support more businesses within our area. But that is our commitment over the next year to be able to reach our goal. Next slide. So the highlights that we're looking at is that the tax levy would be the $383,000. What we're still looking for from the city is the rent relief, which has been happening with us, the staff subsidy, we are looking at increasing our staffing from 1 full-time position into possibly 3 full-time positions to be able to support the activations and the programming that we would like to do down here. The BIA levy impact of city purchase buildings has always been there. In-kind support has been there. But what is new is the general subsidy that we're looking for from the city, and that is the $257,000. The rest of the revenue is looking at grants and marketing revenue and sponsorship of $235,000, and then of course our reserve, and dipping into our reserve funds. And that's 1/4 of our reserves. Next slide. Thank you very much, and if you have any questions, we are open to them.
Councilor Vicente?
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Madam Chair and Erica, for this presentation. Understanding that, of course, the BIA and its members have been going through such a challenging time, COVID, and now the construction that's been going on. And speaking for myself, I think that you put forward a very balanced approach, pulling some from reserves and asking for increased support from the city as well. Just want to ask you, what do you see the BIA doing perhaps to expand its boundary in the future, which might also bring you some additional revenue down the road?
So what we've been doing is we're gathering the information in terms of where the best boundary lines would be drawn to include as close as we can to keep it to downtown. Obviously, we don't want to expand it too large either, but looking at gathering how many actual businesses are in that area, and then of course we're going to have to do a survey as to if they would like to be a part of the BIA as well. So the first initial spot that we're looking at is looking at how many businesses are involved, and as well as the landlords and landowners, and then from there looking at how much revenue that would bring in, and then doing a survey to see if they would like to belong to the BIA. And the reason we haven't, and to be honest with you, the reason that we haven't done this right now is because we feel as a BIA we need to really focus and hone in onto the benefits, and we need them to see the benefits of the BIA, and this rollout is what's going to make that and sell it.
So through you, Chair, when do you see that work potentially starting?
We've asked city staff for an update in regards to some of the properties around us for a January update.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Deputy.
Thank you, Councilor Vicente. I have Councilor Pleshy on the board as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I'm going to be the bad guy again, because that's what I do, I guess. That's a massive increase. From $137,000 to over $400,000. That's a huge increase. That would be the biggest increase probably in any percentage-wise budget. So I do not agree with Councilor Vincente's remarks about putting forward a budget that's. I can't get behind this, and I want to get behind it, so I need to understand how I can get behind it. I don't think that will happen as of right now. I think I need to dig down a little bit deeper into this, but I'd also like to understand, what's happening with the BIA now. Where's the money going? So we're currently paying for the interim CAO of the BIA?
So we've, the city has generously given us Erica as an interim, just part-time.
For sure.
Yeah.
Couldn't ask for anybody better.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how does that, like, we're paying for the CAO, and I guess anything related to your old CAO, well, their old CAO, you can't really talk about.
No.
But I guess we can kind of talk about the dollars and cents. Is that money being recouped? Is that being paid back by the BIA?
So the salary has always from the former ED has always come from the levy.
Mm-hmm.
So that has always been part of the levy. So that has
I would
not
only
been-
assume, and you can't answer this no matter what,
Probably not.
I would assume that you're paying 2 CAOs currently right now. I don't know that, but I need this to be a little bit more transparent. So if this can be put into the in-camera, I'm sure staff have the answers to that. So if we can move this to that discussion, and I'm still the only one on the board, but as of right now, that general subsidy, so let's go back and let's explain to me what the general subsidy is.
Well, that would be increasing some of the, yeah, thank you. So it'd be increasing some of the marketing and promotions budget for us. Now, when we say general subsidy, it doesn't have to be an actual cash value either. Okay. If we can do it in kind, would be fantastic as well, right? So if there was a way to do marketing through Brampton Transit, let's say, you know, that would be something that we would be greatly appreciated towards. We talked about beautification, and we've always been in charge of the banners. But if the city took care of the banners, then we wouldn't have to have that in our budget at all. As well. So I think there's some play that we can do where it's more of in-kind versus an actual cash money.
Okay, so then this is my suggestion for that. If you want to do the beautification in the downtown and have that in our budget, that's fine, because that's an added item in the budget, from my understanding, per ward. So the ward councillor can use that budget for the beautification of the downtown in their wards, and it not come from the bigger pot. So if we want to take that portion out of it and move it over to there, the in-kind for transit, I've seen, we currently have some kind of messaging on transit buses now. I would want to know, I guess, what the BIA is paying for that now, or if we're providing that in kind.
We currently, sorry, through the chair, we currently don't do Brampton Transit. That would be something that we are looking at doing.
I thought we had banners on transit, downtown events.
That's probably the city through tourism.
But no BIA events.
No, no.
Do we have banners that give information about the BIA specifically? I thought we did.
No.
Okay. We do in the city then. There's ones that are just posted on, like,
for the farmers market, and I believe certain
in front of elevators and stuff. We have BIA stuff.
Those are part of the in-kind support that you guys already give.
That are already there. Okay.
Correct.
Not touching.
Correct.
But so you knew you want to look at transit, because as of right now, you have nothing with transit.
No.
Okay. And so that could be potentially but does that remove, if we were to say, okay, we want to start, sponsoring an event, can we say event?
Sure.
An event that the BIA is doing, and put it on, some of our buses. I don't know which buses, but let's say you pick a few buses and you put it on there. What is something like that going to cost? And does that automatically remove somebody else that's currently have that spot? Like, I don't know how, as we pull out an ad off of a bus, is it instantly grabbed up? Do we know?
Through the chair. Bonnie can answer that for us.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, well, through our vendors, we have the opportunity to allow advertising across buses or shelters. As the city, we have an allotment per buses and per shelter, so we can look at that allotment. However, the printing cost, we still pay for the printing cost.
Yep.
So the city would still pay, but the allotment, which they wouldn't necessarily pay the media costs, we could look at including that as part of the city, because we do have an allotment.
Okay, so if we paid, if we paid the printing cost, if we paid, if we covered that other in kind, I guess the only difference now I want to know is if we're grabbing a spot from ABC company that's currently advertising because their advertising is coming to an end, let's say. Once their advertising is coming to an end, is that picked up by somebody else like almost instantly on our buses? I never see blank ads.
Through the chair, it depends really what the advertiser has in their space allotment for us. Sometimes we have the ability to pick specific shelters if they are available and if a contract ends for another vendor, but it's not always a guarantee. I know, for example, we did a Zoom shelter downtown for the Brampton's Farmers Market. I think we put fruit on top of them. That was a little different. Our vendor had the space to do that, but it really depends on the space that we have, and we can ask if they can put it in certain areas, but we have to work with the vendor.
Okay. So I'm okay with kind of putting that over to transit to see if we can maybe work with the BIA to find some kind of in-kind support for advertising space on our buses. I don't know what that takes out of the general subsidy, but yeah, rec centers too. Ad space at rec centers. We have new billboards that are going up at rec centers for information purposes. So we have the old ones, but we should do something else as well. Any support that we can drive into the downtown throughout the city is always fantastic. But I just can't get to that massive percentage increase. I need to further understand. So I kind of hold. I'll try and get through a little bit more of this and ask maybe some more questions, and then prior to the budget commencing, we'll bring this back up.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Pelletier. Councillor Santos?
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. Just some thoughts, because I think there is opportunity for more advertising on Brampton Transit, particularly on those the busier routes. If there is opportunity to do it on like Queen and Main and any route that actually goes to the downtown from other areas of Brampton, because I know that the BIA are always looking for, and if people are on the bus already, then they're going downtown, so they might as well know what's happening, right? Yeah. And then the other opportunity, I think, is in the libraries. I know library is coming up to delegate, so we'll ask them if they're willing to support and partner, as well as the recreation and community centers. So, for example, is there an opportunity in our parks when there's a big, a lot of people use Andrew McCandless Park? Can we put something in that park that we have shade shelters there, for example, now, or the batting cages? Is there an opportunity to put posters to advertise what's happening with the BIA in the downtown to encourage people who are already in Brampton, whether they're residents of Brampton or teams visiting outside Brampton, to actually come to everything else that's happening in Brampton? So I think those are some creative solutions for us to better support that isn't necessarily all cash. Okay.
All right, thank you. And we have Councillor Keenan on the board.
Thank you, and through the chair, thanks for the presentation.
Councillor Keenan, you're breaking up. Councillor Keenan.
For the general subsidy. Is that something that we can expect moving? Oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
Now we can. Say your question again.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now.
So, sorry. For the 257,249, it's a very specific number. Do we have an itemized breakout of what that would cover?
We do.
Okay. Was that in this slide?
It's not on the slide, but we can share it. It's on the slide, but we can share it to council.
Okay, appreciate that, because I feel that there might be items in there that we could help with to kind of alleviate some of this cost. And my next question is, the 257, is this something that we can expect now moving forward in future budgets?
Through you, Mr. Chair, in future years, because there is going to be the expansion of the boundaries, it's anticipated they'll be getting more levies back once the boundaries are expanded within the next 18 months to 2 years. So you'll see a decrease on that, as well as for the first time the BIA is looking at other opportunities to partner and support and get more sponsorships and grants on the books for 2024 moving forward. And I think once that's done, you'll see the dependence on the city in terms of the economic requirements lessen with that. I think with the new ED in place in the new year, the strategy in terms of funding and getting outside funding and third-party funding outside of the city is one of the requirements that the new ED is going to have to do. A big part of that will be fundraising and making sure that the BIA will be self-sufficient for the most part. And really will be only doing more collaboration with the city in terms of events and the normal partnerships that you should be having. But the goal is, with the expansion of the budget, and some fundraising activities and sponsorships and grants coming in, they'll be less dependent on the city for cash, for my cash injection into the BIA.
Okay, thank you. And I think my colleague came up with some really good points on how we could do some in-kind stuff. You know, I think that once we get that itemized list, we can look at that. And that's all my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Councillor Keenan. I don't see any more questions, so I have a motion moved by Councillor Santos and seconded by Councillor Vicente to receive the delegation. Is anybody opposed? Hearing and seeing none, the motion carries. Moving on to 6.2, the Brampton Library. Ask for Todd Kyle to come and present. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of Council. Just waiting for the slides to be up. Yeah. We're here to give some background. I am joined as well by John Simone, our Director of Business Development, on Brampton Library's 2024 operating and capital budget requests. Next slide, please. So the library's mission is to build an inclusive community by inspiring learning, literacy, and social cohesion. And our vision of inspiring connections is articulated through our values: creativity, curiosity, collaboration, community, and connection. Next slide, please. So our goals this year can include to continue to offer no-cost access to a wide variety of resources, technology, programs, services, and spaces, with particular attention paid to academic and career success of residents. We're focusing on engaging and growing our users, and doing this by growing our facilities to neighborhoods where there is currently a gap, and leveraging our community partnerships to function as a hub of community services, and also providing more virtual and technology services. Next slide, please. The drivers of our budget include obviously inflationary pressures with increasing costs, population growth, demand for space and our online e-resources, and of course, branch expansion in accordance with our facilities master plan. Next slide, please. As we look forward to the library's 3-year budget, we can't do so without recognizing some of the accomplishments of 2023, the year that we're just about to finish. So our active cardholders of the library have exceeded what they were pre-pandemic. We've been able to increase the hours of our Southwest branch from 40 to 48 hours per week, 6 days per week. We've developed some great programming for partnerships for programming and services, including with some post-secondary schools, and with the BAO for our Artist in Residency program. We, of course, quickly relocated the Chinguacousy branch from the Civic Center to the Ski Chalet, and we do anticipate the launching very soon of the expansion of our Gore Meadows location. Next slide, please. Of course, building on the successes of 2023, the Library Facilities Master Plan and the Strategic Plan are driving the direction of the 2024 budget request. Our priorities include continuing partnerships with post-secondary schools, expansion of our virtual customer services offered to the public, increasing child and family programming in our branches, updating our facilities master plan to include, of course, finding a permanent location for the Chinguacousy branch, and also ensuring alignment with city development, including the upcoming community hubs initiatives. Continuing to support initiatives to raise funds and campaigns that support library programming, and of course, expansion of library services into another underserved part of Brampton. Next slide, please. So here you can see the breakdown of our expenditures on the left and the revenues on the right. The budget proposed is $22.3 million, of which 21.4 comes from the property tax base, which represents approximately a 4% increase. And that does include 4 net new staff, mostly related to a new branch, which at this point we're just referring to as our 9th branch, or branch number 9. In terms of the detail of what is the difference, the variances from year to year, there is a $625,000 increase related to inflationary and compensation adjustments. There is also in the detail a $736,000 credit, and this is related to the former lease costs for the Chinguacousy branch within the Civic Center, and that is offset in our request by the rent at the ski chalet, the rent at 129 Glidden Road, where we've relocated our corporate offices, and some other increases, including legal costs, programming costs, and the expansion of our after-hours study hall program. And then there is a growth piece in there, which includes the net new salaries, as we've mentioned. So it's the gap in salaries in order to open a 9th branch, as well as 1 virtual customer service technician. Next slide, please. So like the operating budget, the facilities master plan and council priorities are driving our capital request. The highlights of our capital budget include planning for a library presence in the community hub projects, which we do hope to include a pilot at the Shoppers World Mall. Undertaking the renovation project at South Fletcher's branch, which we will time to align with the Susan Fennell energy retrofit. And continuing to plan branch expansion in accordance with our facilities master plan, including planning for a library in the Center for Innovation, and upgrading our aging IT hardware. Next slide, please. So this chart shows the breakdown between the tax base and the development charges in the library's capital budget. The request for 2024 includes fairly routine expenses for physical library collections, which are capital items, IT equipment, and furniture and branch improvements. Next slide, please. So in sum, we think this is a modest and responsible request that will help the library make progress on its goals to serve our vibrant community and includes growth into an underserved area of Brampton. Thank you very much. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, are there any questions for the library budget? Yes, we have one. Councillor Santos. She wanted to make sure there was at least one question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for your delegation or your presentation, Todd. I know that we've been looking at ways to be more collaborative and eliminate some redundancy between services that the city provides and what the library provides. Can you just share highlight some of those things that have been done so far, what the plan is moving forward?
Sure, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. So in response to the councillor's question, we've only just begun the process, of course, but one of our first priorities is to align our capital facilities planning to make sure that any expansion of library facilities is done in conjunction with recreation expansion, the urban community hubs, in order to avoid larger costs by, of course, sharing parts of facilities and the planning process. And we do also, in terms of our other priorities, we're also looking at ways to utilize city services in support areas such as legal services, real estate services, and printing and marketing.
Okay. Are there other opportunities within other departments like HR or other like communications, those sorts of areas?
So the communications, through Mr. Chair, the communications, of course, relates again to the marketing and printing support. But in terms of areas like human resources, those have not been identified as a top priority by the library board, but certainly as we move along the process, we would be happy to look at those as well.
Okay, that's great, because we just had our corporate services budget, and I know that there's a bigger request of HR staff, so as we start to scale up there might be opportunities to find some efficiencies in that regard. The other piece is on recreation programming. I think this came up, I don't even know what meeting it was, but how can we, is the library also working with us to find strengths and opportunities for better partnership with recreation program, whether that's STEM programming or whatever else you may provide, so that the city is not competing with programs of the library?
Of course. Thank you, Councillor. Through you, Mr. Chair. No, it's the intention, of course, of the library is to fill a certain niche within the market and in serving our residents, and typically that is as an entry point to people's curiosity. And in fact, in the example that you've mentioned, in terms of STEM-related programming for children, for young people, one of the typical roles we play is to introduce people to these sorts of things and then refer them on to things like a more in-depth camp program or course type of program.
Okay, great. Thank you, Todd. Thanks so much.
Seeing no other questions, I guess we need a motion to receive the presentation. Moved by Councillor Santos, second by Councillor Power. And thank you for the presentation. All those in favor of the motion to receive the presentation? Carried. We already received the BIA presentation. Okay, great. Okay, so this takes us back to departmental presentation. Is that correct, Clerk? Our next presentation is from Public Works and Engineering.
Thank you, Mayor and Council and colleagues, and thank you to the PWE team for the collaboration on our budget this year. The department overview is the Public Works and Engineering team is responsible for the city's infrastructure through design, construction, and maintenance, traffic operations, parking, and other roads, bridges, and culverts. The divisions include building design and capital. Oh, next slide, please, Troy. Capital works, facility maintenance and operations, road maintenance, operations, and fleet. And some of the spotlights for 2024 this year are the new recreation centers at multiple locations, the road resurfacing and road widening programs, as well as the new operations winter yard that will take over the Cadetta yard where transit is being built, and the electric hybrid power fleet vehicles. Next slide, please. Some of the budget goals, health and well-being, government leadership, environmental resiliency and sustainability, and transit and connectivity. Next, some of the budget drivers are the legislative requirements, minimum maintenance standards, universal design, Environmental Assessment Act, aging infrastructure, the state of good repair for all public works and infrastructure and citywide facilities, population growth and urban development, moving people more efficiently, increasing the green communities through facilities, safety and security, economic pressures, the inflation, market conditions, and the evolving demand, as well as technology advances through traffic signalization, computer asset management system, and the computerized maintenance management systems. Next slide, please. So operating budget priorities for 2024, improve the level of security at city-owned properties and facilities, continue the installation of automatic speed enforcement cameras citywide, implement active transportation, deliver maintenance, winter maintenance service levels and improvements. The computerized asset management system as well as the maintenance management system will be fully implemented in 2024. We have support the asset management. This will support asset management and capital planning for all existing citywide assets. Preventive maintenance and demand programs, ensuring that all facilities are safe, well-maintained, and in compliance with provincial legislations. Pilot the traffic camera recording at 50 intersections throughout Brampton, and enhance the fleet maintenance practices to support the sustainability fleet strategy. Next slide, please. So our overall operating budget for 2024, as you can see, is $97.1 million. Labor expenditures, and this is due mostly to union labor increases through the union agreements, and COLA, which is 3.6%. And the other expenditures, mainly on inflationary provisions for winter contracts and the renewals of other expenditures throughout the operating departments. As you can see, the revenues have decreased by 24%, and that's the TMU at Civic Center. And again, our property taxes are 93% of the overall budget. Contribution from reserves is very little, and then user fee and service charges 7% for a total of 100%. Next slide, please. Capital budget priorities for 2024, facility operations and maintenance. We have facility inspections and audit for a 3-year total of $7.9 million. Security services of $1.9 million for the 3 years as well. Road maintenance, operations and fleet, new winter yard at Heritage and Steeles, which will replace the Cadetta yard, which will cease to exist after this snow season. Street light rebuilds and conversion of street light bulbs to LED. That is a 3-year program from 24 to 26. Electric hybrid power vehicles, new and replacement vehicles will reduce the carbon footprint, and that is a total of $13.1 million over a 3-year period. And then the extension of the traffic program, implementation of new devices, including pedestrian crossovers and speed cushions, and continuing with our automated speed enforcement. Next slide, please. Building design and construction. We have some major projects: Embleton Recreation Center, Howden Recreation Center, Century Gardens Youth Center, Fire Station 215, Environmental Education Center and Animal Shelter, EV charging stations, and the Memorial expansion, arena expansion. Capital Works, we have road improvements, widening extensions, active transportation, intersection, land acquisitions of $224 million, along with the road resurfacing program. With these two programs, we will include traffic calming as we build these roads and improve the resurfacing of other roads. Bridge and culvert rehabilitation, and the Williams Parkway widening and bridge work. Next slide, please. So an overview of our capital budget. We have the Canada Building Fund of it's 25% of $67 million. Tax-based capital contribution is $41 million. There's other funding, provincial, federal grants, and external recoveries for a total of 3%, and then development charges is another 7%. And then each one is divided into the 4 areas of work. Next slide, please. And just for our referred matters, we have the traffic camera recording at key intersections. So staff, along with Peel Regional Police, have identified 50 intersections for the installation of traffic cameras, and we'll proceed with a pilot program at 1 intersection in Q1 and 2 of 2024. And then the snow removal financial assistance program to increase the budget by $237,000 to accommodate the revised eligibility requirements for additional properties, rental properties, with seniors or people with disabilities. Next slide, please. And that concludes our presentation.
Councillor Santos.
Thank you so much through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Rob, for the presentation and the summary. Public Works is it's very big and fat in the budget. there's a lot of stuff going on in Public Works. That being said, I know that we're at some point going to get a new Public Works Commissioner. So the timing on that, when that, like what the status is on that.
Through the Mayor to Councilor Santos, we expect to have that person on in January of 2024.
Okay, so I think part, and I have just a few questions here, part of the reason why Public Works has always been like a bigger budget is because of all the capital projects. And I know that we're trying our best to find better ways to tighten up our budgeted capital versus our actual spend and ability to build accordingly. But when I look at this list, it's still a long list, and I know you've done a lot of trimming and a lot of work to kind of reconcile things. Can you share kind of what's been done to tighten that up a little bit more?
Through the chair to Councilor Santos, this actually program started about mid last year in bringing on the PMO office and looking at the backlog of projects and trying to make sure that staff have the means and capacity of taking on basically what can be completed in each year moving forward. Now it's a process and we're getting there. I expect it to see more results and more streamlining as we move into the 2024 25 budget process.
That's great. And I think that's really important work and great work because we are challenging, you know, the way we've budgeted, particularly on various projects in the past. And I think we're probably maybe one of the only municipalities leading the way in that regard. So kudos to all of you for tightening it up a little bit more. Question about the traffic calming. So we've implemented some of these speed bumps, and it's a love-hate relationship sometimes with the with the residents. I've got residents who like the speed bumps, who don't like the speed bumps, think they're too high, think they're too low. And so based on the budgeted amount for 2024, is that consistent with, like, I think there was an equitable distribution amongst wards for total number of streets to cover speed bumps, but I believe we set priorities. So like in wards 1 and 5, there's a priority list of certain streets. Does that cover everything? And I know in 2025, there's more budget coming for traffic calming measures as well.
Yes, so through the chair to Councillor Santos, yes, that will cover the streets that we are needed. We will meet again with the ward pairing councillors to go over the next set of streets to cover the budget for each individual year.
Awesome, and I think there's some learning with the speed bumps because some neighborhoods, based on what we've experienced and would love to review with you, Rob, and the traffic and the roads team, some speed bumps are better than others in certain neighborhoods and streets. I think we've learned a lot. And so just to be more effective with the budget coming forward, if we could review that process of what type of speed bumps before they're implemented on that street, then that would be great. Because I think there are some streets who requested lower speed bumps and it's not high enough. So now they're asking for the speed bump to be topped up. And I don't know what budget that comes out of, but it comes out of some budget. The other thing that's interesting is that sometimes the temporary speed bumps, which can be installed in one season and then uninstalled for the winter, really work well on some streets. And it provides flexibility to change behavior and correct behavior and then pull it out and implement it somewhere else. So I think we should keep temporary speed bumps on the list of options for traffic calming as well. A couple more things, and this one just came to mind because we recently passed a motion at the region of Peel. Security on trails regarding encampments, or security regarding encampments. We do have security patrolling like the Etobicoke Creek Trail. I know there's some parks, and I know Councillor Singh and Councillor Tour might be having some issues regarding encampments in their areas. Do we have enough security in here budgeted to cover that growing concern?
So through the chair, yes, I think we do.
Okay.
And we can add to our hotspots. I know we used to do that with parks, specific parks that we needed more security to come through on a more regular basis. We can up that as well to have the security vehicles going through those hotspots more often.
Great, because that has to deal with our safety issues in particular areas throughout the city. I know a handful of parks where we get a lot of complaints, and certainly along the Etobicoke Creek Trail, there are a significant number of encampments that are coming up. And the region of Peel, if they haven't reached out already, they're supposed to be coming up with a standardized approach to dealing with encampments, which would involve security from the city. And then the only and final thing I'll add here is on the Williams Parkway project. It's not a widening, I don't think, anymore, right? But so just in the budget, it's called a widening, but it's not a widening. Okay, just want to confirm. Okay, thanks, Rob. Thank you.
Councillor Pelletier.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Rob, for the presentation. Rob, when we're talking about the state of good repairs for some of the buildings, if we said to you, and we might have an example, but if we said to you, any of our vacant buildings as of right now, if we went ahead and gave you the authority and the dollar amount to go ahead and demolish those buildings, does that save us money in the budget long-term for state of good repairs?
So through the chair, I'll ask, I guess depending on how long that they would be standing for, there would be a balance there, but tearing them down would probably save us money in the long run from all the maintenance costs that we incur and the upkeep of the facility. And again, it would depend on life, how long we're going to be keeping them up for.
Through the chair, it might save us some money because the cost of maintaining the building, it's going to be a lot over, I don't know how many years, but we can save that cost by demolishing the building and not spending money on the operation.
Right.
So
Okay.
it will offset.
So maybe that's something within the next year. I'll ask for us to look at all of our vacant buildings and see if there's opportunity for us to go ahead and say, you know, they're going to be demolished eventually. We just don't know what we're going to do with that space yet. But let's go ahead and just demolish them. But that'll be a discussion in the future. There's a security deduction in here. Can I understand what that deduction is?
So through the chair to Councillor Pelletier, I think that's for the staffing piece. So we are looking at new staff for security, and the deduction would be from the contracted services, outside services. There would be a reduction there to offset the cost of the staff coming in. So instead of contracting it out, we would have our own staff on board.
Oh, so we're just going to take it in-house?
In-house, correct. We're going to absorb the cost and hire the staff in-house.
So then it's not a true deduction, is it?
So there's an
increase, obviously,
there's an increase
somewhere else
on one
in here.
side and a deduction on.
Okay.
Yes. So the outside services expenditures would be a deduction, labor would be an increase.
Okay.
But it's a net zero.
Okay. Cassie Campbell Police Station. I think from our understanding, they're continuing to operate in that space. Have we had any conversations with them? Do we know? The last we heard that they're continuing to, maybe that's something I can actually ask for the mayor to go back to the police board as well to ask those questions. But kind of what I'm thinking about with, in particular, Cassie Campbell and the amount of requests that we've had for more space, great requests. It's a good problem to have. But also Skate Canada, the figure skating that's going on there, they've constantly been struggling with trying to find that off-ice area where they can practice. And I know we put them up in the mezzanine sometimes, not ideal, but I really want to look at opportunities for Cassie Campbell, maybe on the west side of Cassie Campbell, some kind of expansion. I don't want it to be an extravagant gold-plated kind of expansion. I really just want some walls. And I know, sorry, Chief, this goes back to you, but there's a lot of dollars in here for the expansions of facilities and stuff. But I really want the opportunity for us to look at, an expansion for off-ice training. If Skate Canada can do it, even, Brantford Minor Hockey with the bubble that's coming, other opportunities that we can maybe have for that kind of empty area space, that grassed area where, you know, I'm afraid that we might turn into AstroTurf one day because we just don't want to maintain it anymore, which is another issue that I have.
Through the mayor, and you referenced it with the field hockey dome, but some of that outdoor, that dome space that has the open area to do, we'll say off-ice training or other athletic-related training, right? It's very open in there, plus the laneways, the long jump pit that will be off of the field. So there will be some space when that's completed in 2025.
Okay, good. So I'll hold off on that, but I also wanted to kind of know if the police are going to be vacating because the new division is coming, then that space obviously gets returned back to us, right? So that's something else that we can potentially look at. You have in here somebody, I'll go to maybe Councillor Power. How much for Howden is in here? $24 million for Howden. Howden's not going to cost $24 million, right? Like eventually it's going to be like double that? Or is that an actual number?
So
is it a real number? That's been in the budget for a while, the 27 million hasn't increased, has it?
Through the chair to Councilor Palashi, that's the original budget that's been there for a while now.
So you're going to be coming and you're going to be needing to update that number?
Once the plans are completed and we do a cost estimate, yes.
Okay.
There will be a budget amendment, I believe.
So why don't we not have it in there and just come with a full budget amendment, or no? Because you want to have something in there. Because the area councilors will then start getting a little bit twitchy.
Councilor Palashi, it's been in there for a number of years, so it's not new money. It's already been.
So that's money that's already been.
That's already been there, yes.
Okay, good. Does Public Works handle the vending machines of inside the community centers? At all? No?
Through the chair, it's recreation.
It is recreation?
Yes.
Okay, I'll have to come back to that then. The final questions that I have around the roads and the state of good repairs with roads, either like repaving some of the side streets and stuff, the lifespans of some of the courts, crescents. I noticed that we're really good at getting in there and paving the roads when that that time ticks down. What I'm looking for though is, I guess, depending on the road, what do we say that lifespan of the road is, and what does it do if we increase that? A year to 2 years to 3? So
let me bring Sunil down.
Yep. And the only reason I say this is often I see a road about to be paved and I'm looking around and I'm thinking, this could wait a year. And it could probably wait 2 years. But, it's not some of the big areas like your Huron-Ontario and Bovaird where you got your main, big rigs that are turning in the big ruts in the turning lanes, which we should back charge them, but we can't. But what if, can we expand on that? Can we push it to a year to 2 years, the life cycles? Like, what do we think?
Through the chair to Councillor Palashi, yes, we can. As I explained to you last year, previous council meetings, the way the condition assessment of roads are done based on the age condition, and we also run a kind of a software for road condition assessment every year. Mm-hmm. And based on that, in considering the region of Peel, because we have to always go with some kind of a coordination with regional municipalities and region, because sometimes they're putting water main and sewer in the same location.
Right.
And we don't want to do it twice, right? So we try to basically either fast track our roads sometimes by a couple of years, or delay the roads based on working with the local municipalities too, right? So Mississauga or region of Peel something, when we're doing the projects together. But we always do like a theoretical exercise, as well as we go out and do the kind of checks with the field inspections and the conditions of the minimum maintenance requirements, and make sure that we try to expand it over at least through 15 to 20 years. That's an average.
How many, sorry?
15 to 20 years for road resurfacing. For a new road, it's 20 plus years, but when we are doing resurfacing, we are not basically paving the full pavement replacement, right? We are not putting all the granulars materials out, we are not taking all the, we are just simply grinding, milling, and just putting the surface, but we are not touching the stones below the pavement. But if we, for road reconstruction, when we had road expansions, then we go back to almost 600 meters below the asphalt, take out the granular materials, pack it again, do the subgrades. That's a road reconstruction.
A different type, but yeah. So I think maybe by the time, when the roads come to us in our quarterly reports about what roads are getting paved, you know, they're already at the point of probably within an RFP somewhere or have already been awarded. I don't know for certain, but I think when that comes to us, that's the case. I really truly think that if prior to even that coming to RFP, something needs to come to council, in particular the area councilors, so we can at least have a look to see if there's been complaints or what type of, how that road is stacking up to maybe some of the other ones. For example, Sandalwood in between here, Ontario and Conestoga, that construction started, and thank you, Rob, for working with the contractor to halt that construction because of the construction on Beauvert and Williams Parkway. But like I travel Sandalwood every day. I could tell you today, Sandalwood doesn't need to be touched. I don't know what other work may be happening there. Like, I think they may be doing sewer replacements. That I don't know, but like those curbs are fine, the roads are fine. So, and maybe what possibly should happen is, and I haven't seen much of the road maintenance meetings that we had been doing in previous term. Maybe I'm just being forgetful, but I don't recall having one this year, but maybe what we could do is look at that for next year so that the area councilors know which roads are coming up and what is happening to those roads. If, you know, I see construction signs going out on Sandalwood, which, thanks Rob again, because they were so poorly placed by the contractor, you had them change that, so I appreciate that. But then we know, you know, what's happening, when it's happening, and why it's happening prior to it happening. And then maybe there's an opportunity then for when that comes to council, the area councilors can come and say, hold on a second, you know, these roads don't really need to happen yet. But I see that you have some stuff in here for road expansions, but it's more the bigger ones. So I'm okay with that. The last thing that I do want us to stop immediately is the steel grates at the intersections that are the dots. Yep. I'm sure that that's an accessibility, but you need to use a different material. That material that we're using is horrible, and I get complaints from certain areas in the area that Councillor Barr and myself represent. They can't stand them anymore. You see other municipalities going to the yellow ones, epoxy coated probably. That needs to stop immediately. We also need to tell the region that they can no longer install those in the intersections in the city of Brampton as well, because the rust that comes off there and just people absolutely despise it. So.
Yeah, through the chair, yes, Councillor Palashi, you are absolutely right. I think we can take your comments back for the tactile plates. That's what the steel plates are called, and change our standard specifications to make sure that they are epoxy coated, so we don't get iron or rusting stains on the sidewalks and the crossing paths. So we can do that. Coming back to your first comment about coming back to the councillor's office for the selection of roads, we have been doing before, and normally what happens, like once the budgets are passed, we go about, before we go to tender, we'll have a final list of the streets for the budget approved. But at this point, we don't know how much we are getting finally. So once we have the budget approved, we are going to go back and look at the list of streets we have for priority, and then we set up a meeting with all area councillors to make sure we go with their streets names and we make adjustments to the final list. So before we go out to tender, we'll get a opportunity to all the area award councillors to go through a list in the awards.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Excellent. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Santos.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I forgot one question, Rob. I'm sorry. And it's about, in the budget, PWE page 31, the capital budget for this year regarding the wayfinding signage program citywide. Is that wayfinding with respect to active transportation and installation throughout our trails, infrastructure, and perhaps at community centers, recreation centers? Just curious, because part of implementing all the things we're doing for active transportation, I know the mayor has spoken about it before, is the wayfinding and we've got amazing green trails and multi-use paths and implementing more. You could get back to me on it, but I'm happy that it's here and that I see it. I just want to make sure that we implement it and that there's a plan to make sure it's as effective as possible.
So through the chair to Councillor Santos, it is a wayfinding plan for particularly trails throughout the city. And I would imagine that plan will probably, and Bill can speak to it.
Yeah, through the mayor, I believe we do have some funds too for related to our parks and trails that connect so that it all works together in one network. Yeah.
Okay, that's perfect. Thank you. Good news.
Councillor Pelletier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I had forgot that I had seen one more thing. I really want to know what we're doing at the clerk's office counter. I think it was 350,000. What's happening?
So through you, Mr. Chair, perhaps I can start.
250.
There are, members may see that their civil ceremonies, civil mayor ceremonies is a high demand service at City Hall. So part of this is to expand our counter to serve more members of the public when they come forward for marriage licensing, but also to expand our space for civil ceremonies. And as a result of that, our plan is to charge more user fees for those ceremonies.
Thank you. Okay, I just wanted to, I wasn't sure, so that's all I wanted to.
Okay.
Thank
As
you.
you heard it there, love is in the air in Brampton.
100%.
We are
Are we still the highest municipality that
fostering
do the
marriages
weddings?
across the GTA.
We're still the highest.
Okay, Councillor Keenan, online.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I know Councillor Santos touched on this a little bit when it came to the funding for traffic calming measures. So Rob, my question is, how much was allocated in this budget on top of what we got last year for calming measures?
So through the chair to Councillor Keenan, the budget for this year for traffic calming is $5 million. I just want to confirm that. And we will be meeting with the individual council pairings to review streets, as well as we're doing a project now on where the speed cameras would be installed permanently so that we don't put in speed cushions where speed cameras could go. So we're looking at that as a whole project, and we would come back to each council pairing with that information and review before anything else was done.
Okay, thank you. So last year, I believe we did about 800,000, which brought the total to 2.4 when we carried it over. So you're saying this is an additional 5 million?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have no more questions.
Okay, no further questions. We need to receive this presentation. Okay, this takes us, thank you, Rob. This takes us to our next presentation, which is from Planning, Building, and Growth Management.
Good afternoon, Mayor Brown and members of council. It is my pleasure to present the proposed 2024 capital and operating budget for the Planning, Building, and Growth Management Department. Next slide, please, Peter. As you all know, The department is focused on delivering council's priorities for the residents and businesses with the outcome of ensuring Brampton is a city of complete communities where people can live, work, and play. Our team consists of 277 staff charged with the delivery of key services from development application review, policy planning, overseeing the planning of our downtown, environmental planning and engineering approvals, and building permit issuance. The leadership team working with you, your residents, and the businesses consists of Melvin Ramkasoon, our acting chief building official and director of building, Alan Parsons, director of development services and design, Andrea Oliveira, our director of the downtown revitalization, Michael Harrell, director of environment and development engineering, and Henrik Bogart, director of integrated city planning. Next slide, please, Peter. This year's proposed budget is driven by 4 key themes, most of which you've been apprised throughout the year through reports or presentations to council. As Brampton continues to grow and the nature of our growth is becoming more and more of an urban one. In fact, as of November 24th, we have just over 15,000 residential units in our development approvals pipeline, and approximately 382,000 square meters of non-res development consisting of industrial, commercial, and office. We continue to face ever-changing policy and legislative changes from the province, as you've seen throughout the year, and in response to these changes, the proposed budget makes a concerted effort to ensure the city is well-positioned to deliver the key priorities and initiatives, whether they be associated with our downtown, advocating for servicing along our key corridors and our major transit stations, delivery of our City Lands project, and ensuring that Brampton provides a range of housing choice for everyone. Next slide, please, Peter. Peter, next slide, please. Budget goals. I think you may have skipped it. With those drivers in mind, the proposed budget focuses on 4 goals, being agility, innovation, environmental resiliency, the delivery of complete communities, and that are connected, and most important, supporting our workforce. Next slide, please. Thanks. No, next one, somehow there's a different order. There we go, thank you. Just quickly touching on our performance. Thanks to your decisions and investments from 2023, the city is trending in the right direction to meet our housing targets. Now, I will say this slide, it combines both housing starts, as we talked about earlier this year, so those housing units that have poured foundation, and ARUs. And we continue to advocate to the province that ARUs be considered as part of our overall housing pledge. We have yet to hear back from them, but that is critically important, in particular as we need to have funding to ensure our communities are complete. Next slide, please. We continue to advance our efforts on continuous improvement to make investment in our city attractive, to support expeditious development approvals balanced with due diligence, whether it be new ways to review and process development applications, eliminating or evolving processes to redeploy staff time to other functions, and improving our second unit permit review time. And we are very much focused on taking a lean approach to service delivery and customer service. And that trend continues in the proposed 2024 budget. Next slide, please. Through your investments in the past year, we are responding to the legislative changes and meeting the mandated timelines with a sense of urgency. I'm pleased to report that for the most part, we're meeting all of the new development application processing timelines, and we're seeing a reduction in our overall processing timelines. And this is translating to shovels in the ground, currently projecting $2.3 billion in construction value, which would be the highest total since 2015. Next slide, please. In terms of the 2024 operating highlights, the proposed budget includes a 15% increase in development application fees to balance, that's basically a balance over the 3-year average of some of our fees that we've seen, and that will help offset some of the costs for FTEs in planning and legislative services, and then also in response to some of the provincial drivers. On the stormwater front, we have $25 million, that is to do pond restoration, asset management, and pond program management. And the proposed budget seeks a modest increase of 17 staff across the department in order to maintain levels of service. And you can see from the slide there a high-level breakdown of those staff. Next slide, please. There is work underway to modernize the development fee portion of the user fees and service charges source, which makes up 68% of the department's operating revenues. This review will be completed by the end of Q1 or early Q2 of 2024, and that looks to respond to the internal audit to ensure that we're moving towards full cost recovery for development application fees. Next slide, please. On the capital side, the majority of our ask is broken down into 3 major projects: the Riverwalk, Stormwater Management, and Housing Brampton. 87 million, or 78% of the 2024 capital ask, is to advance Riverwalk. Now, Riverwalk is funded through 29 million or 28.5 million from the federal government and close to $60 million from the Stormwater Levy. Housing Brampton includes a housing CIP program of $6 million and the Housing Catalyst expansion of $4 million. And we have the stormwater capital improvements of around $8 million. Next slide, please. In terms of some foresight into 2025, you'll see from this slide that the budget highlights around $15 million for Ken Williams Square, $4 million for Garden Square, integrated city planning at $6 million for housing-related programs, and environmental planning and development engineering, around $7 million for stormwater retrofits. So this is just some of the highlights into 2025, and I'm pleased to say through the process that the department undertook this year, we returned just shy of $2 million of unspent capital in the 2023 budget process. This brings me to the end of my presentation. Myself and my leadership team, along with our colleagues in finance, are here to answer any questions you may have.
Do we have any questions for Steve? Councillor Keenan. Okay, maybe that for previous one. Okay, so we thank Steve Ganesh for the presentation. We move on to our next presentation, which is legislative services.
Through the chair, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Mayor and all members of council. I'm honored to present the budget for Legislative Services Department for 2024. Next slide. The department is made up of animal services, city clerks, which includes the elections work, as well as records, privacy, and information management, courts administration, enforcement and bylaw services, legal services, which includes prosecutions, and insurance and risk management. And in addition, the proposed automated speed enforcement processing center would be a new division within legislative services if approved. Next slide. The goals in our budget relate to community safety through additional animal services efforts, automated speed enforcement to help reduce speeding in the community, additional staff to improve reactive as well as proactive enforcement efforts and deal with the changing landscape with respect to matters like additional units and illegal truck yards. In addition, there's courts administration and prosecution that have an important role in this regard as well in terms of community safety. Environment, in terms of environment, we have a plan for animal services facility and environmental education center. We support jobs and growth through legal staff, additional legal staff which will be dedicated to planning, growth, and development, and the new automated speed enforcement center mentioned earlier. And our city clerks group leads our efforts on governance and leadership, including in relation to elections, marriages, licensing, and leveraging technology to improve service delivery. Next slide. So the drivers of our budget include changes to legislation, community safety, population growth, and urban development, the economic pressures that all departments and all residents feel, as well as a focus on keeping up with and utilizing technology particularly in courts and enforcement, including the administrative penalty system. Next slide. Some of our priorities. The first several bullets relate to work done by our city clerk's department, including in areas of privacy protection, the council composition and ward boundary review in advance of the 2026 election, election research, expanding marriage licensing and ceremonies, and expansion of the public counter, and business licensing improvement as well. Our administrative penalty system, for our administrative penalty system, we will look at ways we can improve customer experience through the screening process, and the new automated speed enforcement processing center is needed to be able to process our tickets locally rather than through the Toronto processing center we currently use. Next slide. The budget for the department is $42.2 million, which is largely made up of employee costs. The bulk of our expenditures are covered by user fees and service charges revenue. Next slide. Looking at our capital budget, there are several projects relating to the department, but those are held by other departments like IT, BDC, and planning. The largest project in the list is the automated speed enforcement processing center. The other capital item which is mentioned is minor capital to support our enforcement team. Next slide. And the minor capital will be funded from tax revenues. So that is my presentation. I would like to thank the great team in Legislative Services for all the work they did in putting it together, and also the good folks in Finance for their support. I welcome any questions from members of council.
Councillor Santos.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. And so I know that and thank you, Samir, for the budget presentation and stepping up for that, similar to Rob earlier. I know we're hiring a Legislative Services Commissioner. What is the status of that?
Through the mayor to Councillor Santos, that job is posted right now and it closes, I believe, tomorrow.
Okay, great. Because some of the questions we kind of, Councillor Paletti and I were alluding to during the Service Brampton discussion, but it's in relation to bylaw enforcement. And so a few months ago, earlier in the term, we did bring forward a motion to implement more proactive strategies in dealing with bylaw enforcement. I never got a clear picture as to whether or not that was happening or not. I do see that it was mentioned in the presentation, but then when I look at the budget binder under page 11, Legislative Services, the service commitment says service requests will be assigned to an officer within 7 business days. And when I think about somebody complaining to 311 about parking on a street, for example, within those 7 days, maybe a bylaw officer could get there, but that car will be gone within 3 days. And often residents will call and be like, the car is still there. You told me that it would be gone. But this service requirement says 7 days. So I think there's inconsistencies between what residents expect when they call Service Brampton, which currently is functioning as a call center, versus what happens after, and particularly bylaw, who's responsible for following up and making sure that complaint is dealt with. And at our various town halls, I asked the mayor how it went in the other town halls, but certainly in wards 1 and 5, the biggest complaint was that no one is enforcing the bylaws. And that whenever they call 311 and they make a complaint, no one is resolving it, or they're given some sort of information that makes them very angry, and then the councillors get the response. And so I guess the question is, have we, because we never got a clear answer as to whether or not it was or not, in the previous situation. Do you know if we've been implementing proactive bylaw, and if so, how, like what the process is currently? Because I know here it says 7 days, but I've never had a clear picture of what their standard protocol is from when they get the complaint from 311, because it's a separate database, right? From once it gets transferred over to bylaw. From when it goes from 311 to bylaw, it's a mystery to me till this day what they do after with that complaint.
Through the chair, there is a system of prioritization, and safety is the focus, which does mean that there are complaints that, particularly time-based complaints, that don't get the priority, and as you mentioned, often by the time they're addressed, the issue no longer exists. But to your question of, so there is a process, but whether we have standardized processes in place is a question which I am actively looking into. And I hope to gather more information on that so that we can give a more fulsome picture to council about how the process works.
Great, because I think that if there is some sort of standard process, then at least we as councillors can provide accurate information. Because what ends up happening is it comes to the councillor, and then the councillor sends it to bylaw, and then they act right away. And it shouldn't actually happen that way. The residents shouldn't there should be standards and a process in place for the complaint or the issue to be dealt with properly, and for a way for us to follow the bouncing ball as to where it is at any given point in time. So I think there needs to be some significant improvements in that level of coordination within bylaw, especially now that we're getting a new legislative services commissioner who can maybe take a new eye and look on it. The other thing that came up in the town hall, particularly with respect to bylaw enforcement, so we're implementing, and surprisingly, the residents who attended the town hall in wards 1 and 5 were very, very supportive of active transportation infrastructure. They were happy about the bike lanes being implemented, but their biggest complaint was parking in the bike lanes and nobody enforcing the parking in the bike lanes. So I'm going to flag that to staff and to bylaw to please make sure you're ticketing bike lane parking, but also suggest that we increase the fine. So similar to what we did with the snow removal parking tickets and snowplow parking tickets, I'm suggesting that we increase the fine as well for illegal parking in bike lanes in order to expedite the change in that culture and teach people that you are not allowed to park in the bike lanes. You're creating a safety hazard for other users of the street. So I'm just going to flag that perhaps you could bring that adjustment or motion forward, Nash and Samira and Marlon, at the end and see what an increased fine would look like, similar to what we did with the snowplow situation and the snow tickets. So that's that. And then the cameras, so the license plate readers. So here's another example of where I'm not sure if folks are proactively using this to efficiently deal with tickets. So when a complaint goes to 311, and then it's dispatched to bylaw regarding a parking ticket, and the license plate reader goes out to read the license plate of that complaint, does bylaw go and read the license plates of the entire street, or do they just go to look at the one car?
Through the chair, I will ask Peter Bryson to address the question.
Sorry, Peter, to put you on the spot.
But while he's coming down, we are looking at ways that we can have a more proactive approach and not just react to one complaint, but to look at a more holistic approach and be more efficient.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. Through the chair. Yes, if we do receive a complaint, we will in fact patrol the entire area, looking for vehicles that are in contravention, not just the one vehicle that may have been called in. If there are other vehicles committing the same offense, we will deal with those as well.
And when did that start getting implemented? When I think it was just recently we started the license plate readers, no?
License plate reader technology has been around since COVID, but during COVID we had some challenges with the stay-at-home orders.
Yeah.
And the increased need for parking on street. So we kind of shelved that technology for a little bit for compassionate reasons for the citizens. And then we've had some technological challenges with it of late as well, more related to the car than the technology. So,
okay.
But we're looking to get that back on the road and implement a second unit as well.
Great, if we can't, because that will really help speed things up and deal proactively with complaints. But that being said, and we had, for example, and this doesn't have to do with parking, but it has to do with fines and tickets and being proactive, the fireworks ban. So we had Sesquicentennial Park have the incredible show that I was part of and loved it in the northeast corner of Brampton. But in the southwest corner of Brampton, we had a lot of complaints because they couldn't get to the northeast corner. So a lot of people did their own fireworks. Now that we have that data in terms of where the hotspots are during fireworks issues, I think folks need to take a look at, in a proactive way, if we already anticipate a hotspot, then why not just station in the area and just wait for the fireworks? Like instead of a complaint, and then by the time you address it, it's just, smoke in the air.
So to speak to that, we did in fact do that.
Okay.
This year the landscape changed a little bit as far as fireworks in the first year of a full ban. So we did have people stationed at what were historically hotspots. And then again, as a result of the ban, the landscape changed a little bit, and we found that we actually have to deploy those resources in other areas now. Okay. So that was something that was awesome. A new learning for us this year. Okay,
so it sounds like there's some things that are happening that are different that we're implementing now. And thank you, Peter. Those are all my questions for you. But I think that, and I do have a motion which we'll probably bring forward towards the end. I think there's more work that needs to be done in terms of finding more efficient and effective and coordinated ways to implement bylaw, but also to Samir's point, implementing a standard operating procedure so that councillors can follow the bouncing ball and know exactly where a complaint is versus us having to then email you, Peter, and say, hey, how come this wasn't dealt with yet? Do you see what I'm saying? I think that would be very helpful. And with the new Legislative Services Commissioner coming on board, having an operational review to improve how bylaw is implemented or enforced will be very helpful. So I'll wait until the end of everything to bring forward a motion. But thanks, Peter, for stepping up to answer those questions.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Santos. Councillor Pelleshi, you're up next.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. So going back to my comments around 311 and kind of where I was getting at with those comments and questions is around the data of trying to have that information available for us to make decisions specifically in budget time like this. I obviously want us to get down to, I'd love for us to get down to a 24-hour response time. I know it's extremely difficult. I think 311 should be at a 24-hour response time and getting back to the resident with information. But in terms of, and a lot of the time, 311 is right, and everybody knows that, well, not everybody knows, but a lot of people understand that by the time it gets dispatched to an officer and goes out, that car has moved on. I think it's safe to say, like, it's a 75% chance that that car's gone. Mm-hmm. There's always a chance, and they're repeat offenders, right? So I would really like to understand, what does a budget look like to have a 48-hour response time? So if we have enough data in our system to say that this street is a problem street, clearly, we need to do a blitz in the area, which we know residents love blitzes in the area, You hit them for 3-4 days at a time, like schools, when we ask them to go out and do schools. That is, blitzing a school is amazing what it does. And I think we once had time that we would know how long it would take for bad habits to come back again, for people dropping off their kids in areas where they shouldn't be dropped off. So we have that. We have that information. We know that because we've been delivering the service for so long. But I want to know, where do our officers need to be? How many more officers do we need in a budget to make that into a 48-hour response time? And proactive, what do we call it? Proactive enforcement is great, but all that takes away from calls of service. So I know a resident that has called, don't quote me on the number, but I think it's around 67 times, has called for parking infractions in front of his street. It could be anywhere from noise complaints to garbage bins being placed. When we understand that all 67 of those calls were canceled by somebody. And because I guess it was 67 calls, and we just figured that it was, obnoxious and not warranted to go out. But I know that a lot of our calls that come in, we can't go out to. We don't consider them, highly important because we don't have the people to get out to them, so they get canceled. There's no circling back to the resident, nothing like that. So the resident gets upset, the resident calls their elected official, their elected official does their job and listens to an angry resident and tries to make them feel better again. So with the technology that we need in 311 to collect the data, and it can't be essentially somebody just data entry, we need a good system from IT that can bring all of that together to make sure that we have accurate information. And that will then drive, I think, hopefully, the number of officers that we need on a daily basis, on a yearly basis, in a budget, to be able to respond within 48 hours, or what it will take to respond within 24 hours. That's what we need going forward. And how are we able, as the 3 separate departments, and this kind of drives me nuts a little bit because it's 3 separate departments, to get together and make this happen. Because it is a massive, massive issue for a lot of the residents. And Councillor Santos is right. Every town hall we have complaints about Voilà. Anytime I'm out, even in the grocery store, people complain to me and say, this person's parking on the street, and we had a tow truck that was parking on the street for, I don't know how many weeks, and then we finally, we got out and responded and hit the tow truck driver with ticket after ticket after ticket until finally we towed him. And that was amazing. I loved how we towed a tow truck. That was fantastic because he didn't get it. But that's exactly what we need to do. So I'm fully supportive of Councillor Santos's motion. I'll second it if you don't. I don't think you need a seconder, but at the end. But really, Samir, I want to know how we can get there. I want to know that the 3 of you are going to be working on this to come up with something, and something soon. Right? That's what I want to know.
Through the chair, I agree with your comments, and I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done to look at the data and to really do a holistic analysis of this. You mentioned a 48-hour response time, but in the holistic analysis, we have to think about what are we responding to within 48 hours? Because there may be things that we are responding to in 48, like we have to prioritize within the limited resources that we have, and also, priorities for safety, et cetera. And as you mentioned, we have to work with 311, we have to work with IT, and we have to figure out ways that we can optimize. I think optimization is a key term here. We have to look at what resources we have and how we can best deploy them. And I think there is some work that needs to be done in that regard and some data that we can gather to respond to that.
Mm-hmm. And I do understand that there's some sort of prioritization, but you know, when you also hear from a resident that calls me to say that they were taking their dog for a walk, getting chased by coyotes, and then they called 311, and you know, 311 or whomever told them that they should walk their dog at different times of the day. It's difficult. That's a difficult conversation, especially when that resident has my cell phone number.
Through the chair, I can't speak to that particular incident, but I will mention that in our budget, we have additional resources for the coyote issue with animal services, including developing a strategy around that, communications, and additional people to go out and deal with these issues as well.
And sorry to continue this, but I did want to ask the question about coyotes and kind of what the future is in terms of, you know, I know we're handcuffed. There's not much we can do. I think we can relocate. No, we can't. We can shoot.
No, definitely not shoot.
We can't shoot?
No.
Can't shoot. Okay. I thought we can do one of 3 things. Yeah, sorry. We can't coexist. Not when they're, how many dogs have they taken? How many dogs have they taken this year?
Two small dogs.
2 small dogs so far. They've taken this year.
Through the chair to Councillor Pleshy, yes, we've had 2 incidents this year with small dogs. One dog was being walked off leash on a night where garbage was put out. Now that we're collecting all of our coyote sightings online, we get about 2,000 reports a year or less last year. And when we look at the data, we realize that one of the main reasons that coyotes are actually coming into neighborhoods is on nights when garbage has been put out.
But it's not because of garbage, it's because they're raccoons, right?
It's both. I have photos submitted of coyotes literally eating out of the garbage as well. Yeah. So we're looking at a big strategy that will deal with a whole bunch of different issues in order to try and minimize conflict with them.
So are you saying that if everybody composted using those green bits that we wouldn't have coyotes? No, don't answer that.
There is a reason why wildlife comes into residential areas. It's not because they want to walk the sidewalks.
Yeah, for sure. But we can't shoot them. We can't. We can do something if we identify some they're not called nests. What are they called? Huh? Dens. And any particular ones are being violent towards or acting a little bit strange.
So we will look at lethal intervention when it's warranted. It's usually when the same coyote presents a constant aggressive issue. We had to do that last year, and that was after residents were feeding a coyote to the point where it was just walking up to people and trying to take their backpack that they had food in.
Right.
But we had reports of people throwing out, leaving plates of lasagna for the coyote.
Mm-hmm.
So that became that issue. Other than that, we haven't had any issues directly with people in the last couple of years. It's usually with small animals.
Do you know of any laying of fines of people that are feeding wildlife?
So the new animal services bylaw, which was just put in, that'll be one of the focus of the new officers is to enforce the feeding of wildlife.
Perfect, okay. Thanks, Mike. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Acting Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Pileshi, and Councillor Keenan, you have the floor. Councillor Keenan is taking his hand off. Okay, thank you. And that concludes your portion.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Samir. I guess the next up is Office of the CEO.
We good to go?
We're set. Okay, good afternoon, Mayor and Member of Council. I'm pleased to present the 2024 budget for the Office of the CEO. First off, I'd like to thank my leadership team and their staff for their help in preparing this budget and their continued dedication. Next slide, please. The Office of the CEO is accountable for the effective implementation of Council's decisions and directions. The Office ensures the city's programs and services are efficiently delivered, are fiscally responsible, and meets the needs of Brampton's diverse community. The department collaborates with other municipalities, other levels of government and stakeholders to pursue the Council's objectives, promote economic development, and deliver on the city's strategic priorities. The Office of the CEO has 5 main divisions, which are listed on the, well.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, we're just having a technical issue, so we're just going to.
Do you want to wait till we have the presentation up?
No.
Please, yeah.
Okay, so.
Thank you.
You're on to page 3, slide 3. No, too far.
Thank you.
Back or ahead?
Back. Back to overview, department overview. Right, that's it. Okay, now we go to the next slide. Thanks, Peter. Our 2024 budget aims to deliver the following: effectively allocate resources and successfully deliver on corporate and council initiatives, advocate for the city and collaborate with other levels of government to advance priorities, stimulate economic growth through investment attraction, business retention, and expansion, strengthen the innovation district by fostering strategic partnership and bolstering entrepreneurial activities, support the city's sustainable procurement strategy through implementing the fair wage and community benefit policies, along with expanding our supplier diversity program. Continue reviewing internal services and programs and recommending improvements to maximize efficiencies, streamline program delivery, and deploy program operations. And focus development, internal quality assurance programs, and build ID audit capacity. Next slide, please. The main budget drivers are implement council-approved strategies and master plans, fulfill changing legislative requirements, and support council's direction and priorities, continuously improving to find efficiencies and deliver excellence in customer service, develop opportunities for economic growth and prosperity, stimulate innovation, and invest in strategic growth areas. And next slide, please. The department operating budget is mostly comprised of salary and wages and benefits, and the remaining is distributed among professional and consulting services, advertising, marketing and promotion, business development and retention, grant administration and advocacy, and intergovernmental affairs. And a small portion is dedicated to reserve and capital contribution. The Office of the CEO is requesting 5 full-time positions, 3 in economic development to enable business retention and expansion and automotive innovation, 1 in internal audit for IT and cybersecurity audits, 1 in government relations to support the increase in intergovernmental activities and enhance funding advocacy. Next slide, please. The operating budget priorities are related to immediate pressures as well as growth and maturity of the city. This year, we are focused on advocating for external support and funding to advance city priorities, progressing on capital projects such as Riverwalk, City Lands, Center for Innovations, and the Heritage Theater Block, automating internal audit follow-up process, and strengthening the quality assurance program, increasing investments and innovation in the medical and life sciences sector, prioritizing capital projects to improve efficiencies and align with city strategic priorities, reviewing the city's value proposition for investments and attraction, and helping businesses achieve their metrics and targets, centralizing and leading the city youth employment and engagement initiatives, reviewing and enhancing guidelines and policies for legislative compliance and governance. Next slide, please. The capital budget for the CEO's department is related to economic development and realty services. 92% is funded from tax base, 5% come from DCs, and 3% from other funding sources. Next slide, please. Our capital priorities are supporting the city's effort in building a global innovation district, advancing the implementation of the city's investment attraction work plan for foreign direct investment, developing a clean lab feasibility study to explore the practicality of specialized facilities in Brampton for medtech research and development. And this concludes the budget presentation from the CEO's office, and happy to take any questions.
See no questions here in person, any online? Mr. CAO, there's a question on where is the council office budget? Is that
Maybe national.
not in your section here?
It's connected to you with the executive summary, but then it's not within your budget. My apologies, Mr. Chair, I didn't go through him.
Through the chair, it would be a separate budget as a separate department, like we would treat it. We treat it as a separate department, and if the details are not, we can not include it in the budget book. We can definitely provide them.
Okay, I couldn't find it in the budget.
Okay.
I looked for it. There was a dollar amount at the executive summary that was connected to the CAO's budget. It was not connected to, but it was there. But then I couldn't find the breakdown. So I'd like a breakdown of the council office budget.
That definitely will provide that.
And the only question I really had was within that, and I should have asked it then, was that was the only department or the only area that didn't have any new hires, was council office. Mm-hmm. Is that because you don't know if they're going to hire new people?
We received no requests for any new hires. That's why.
But we don't have to request any new hires, so it's almost like it shouldn't be a zero. It should be like a not applicable, because it's really up to individual councilors, right? Whether they want to make. We have a budget. I can hire as many people as I want, right?
Through the chair, I understand what you're saying, Councillor, yeah.
Yeah. Although maybe we should change it and go back to council. Thank you, Nash.
Thank you,
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. CAO. See no further questions. If Mr. Clerk could guide me on what's next.
So through you, Mr. Chair, so that concludes all the presentations. We are scheduled to go till 4:30 today originally, unless the council wishes to recess early. The next scheduled session is Thursday, December 7th at 7 p.m., and that's when we've advertised for possible public delegations. So we're in the hands of council if council wishes to continue to debate on certain aspects of the budget, or to recess, to reconvene at 7 o'clock on Thursday evening to hear from the public, if any, and or consider motions that members may have to introduce and debate on the 2024 budget.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. I think there's a desire for a recess and come back again on Thursday.
Great.
So we will be moving the motion on the screen. That you're
No more.
just,
It's just a recess.
it is to receive. Yeah, so motion moved by Councillor Santos, seconded by Councillor Palashi to receive all the presentations. Any opposed? Seeing none, that carries. And you need a motion to recess? No, we're good then. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for joining us. We are recessed till
Good
7
job,
o'clock on
everyone.
Thursday.